Check, check, 1, 2, 3, check, check, check. Testing 1, 2, 3, check, check.
not served outside. And
இப்போ வந்து அப்படியே நான் யூஎஸ்பி ரெண்டையும் போட்டு கேமரால வந்து யூஎஸ்பின்னு செலக்ட் பண்ணா வந்துடும். சரி சார்ஜ் போட்டு சார்ஜ் போட்டு சார் வேறு சார் சார்ஜ் எடுத்துட்டு போறோம் ஃபுல் சார்ஜ்.
இந்த சார்ஜ் ஃபுல்லா போட்டு வச்சீங்க. டைப்ஸ் வச்சிருக்கீங்களா?
ஆலனுக்கு போட்டோ கேட்ட ஸ்கிரீன் போது அந்த
எதுவுமே
போட்டோ லிப் ஷேர் பண்ணாங்க. நான் செக் பண்ண நினைச்சேன் மறைச்சேன்.
Sir is on his way. Just a little bit delay. We'll be starting shortly. Good morning, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and my dear SETS colleagues. On behalf of the Society for Electronic Transaction and Security, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 25th Foundation Day. Today, we commemorate 25 years of excellence in research and innovation, guided by the vision and ideals of our beloved former president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, whose dream of technologically empowered and secure nation continues to inspire us. To begin this auspicious occasion, may I kindly request everyone to please rise for the invocation song. I invite Mr. Praveed and Ms. Vedantika to render the invocation.
मुदाकरात्तमोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतंसकं विलासिलोकरक्षकम् मुदाकरात्तमोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतंसकं विलासिलोकरक्षकम् अनायकैकनायकं विनाशिते भदैत्यकं नदाशुभाशुनाशकं नमामि तं विनायकम् अनायकैकनायकं विनाशिते भदैत्यकं नदाशुभाशुनाशकं नमामि तं विनायकम् नमामि तं विनायकम्
Thank you for the wonderful rendition, Mr. Praveed and Ms. Vedantika. To formally inaugurate our 25th Foundation Day proceedings, may I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward to light the lamp. Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, sir, President, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and President SETS. Dr. Parvinder Maini, Scientific Secretary, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. N. Subramanian, Executive Director, SETS. And Ms. A. Suganya, Scientist, G, SETS. Thank you. I would like to inform you all that Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, could not be present at the ceremony today owing to his official commitments abroad. He has conveyed his warm regards and best wishes to SETS on this milestone occasion. Before we begin our formal proceedings, I invite Dr. N. Subramanian, Executive Director, SETS, to felicitate our distinguished dignitaries. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. N. Subramanian, Executive Director, SETS, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and President SETS, Sir, we take this privilege of welcoming you here, and we feel very inspired to have you over here. And we are really blessed and gifted to have such a leadership for SETS. And since the last 2 days, generally SETS is a organization with average age less, both in number as well as in heart. But in the last 2 days, it has still come down because of very young students joining us from various institutions, almost like more than 20 states across the country. So thank you and welcome you to your own home, sir. Extend our warm welcome to Dr. Parvinder Maini, madam. I was just about to say this, like in cricket, we call it as hat trick. So the third week consecutively, madam is over here, and you can understand the kind of direction as well as the guidance and governance structure what is in place. Thank you, madam. Welcome again to home. And we were actually very much eager to have Sri S. Krishnan, and because of his official commitment travel abroad, he could not make it. We got his wishes and thankful for him, who is very closely involved in such activities along with our Office of PSA in guiding us in the Apex body. So we thank him for his wishes on this auspicious day. And Ms. Suganya, Dr. Prem, our other key members like Dr. Natarajan, Mr. Tirupati, Dr. Reshmi, and these are the teams behind Hari and all the scientists over here. We all welcome all of them. And I'm really delighted to, before getting into just a few things which I have to say, to see the galaxy of people who are present here. I really welcome each one of them wholeheartedly. Sri S. Ramakrishnan, former Director General of CDAC. He has been there in the search journey for ages now, since its inception. In various capacities, he has been guiding. And we are gifted to have the Honorable Vice Chancellor from DAIT Pune. Thank you, sir. We are looking forward to a very wonderful collaboration with your institution. Thank you for coming down. We have our Advisory Board Chairman, Dr. Rakshit. A fabulous talk was there yesterday, and it was very impressive. And thank you for being with us always and guiding us. We have our former executive directors, Dr. Sarath Chandra Babu, Dr. Satyamurthy, and Dr. Balasubramaniam. I think you, sir. Yeah, great. Thank you. We were missing. I could not see you here. Thank you for being here. So I think Vijay Ravan sir probably is traveling abroad. He did give a video message and he could not probably come. So I'm really gifted to have all. Again, going further than that, very glad to see Dr. Rajesh Pillai from SAG, our DRDO partner, NCCS Babu ji from Bangalore for celebrating from, they're all key, I would say, technical forces behind our team. We have ERNet, we have Pavendan, we have various industry partners. Dr. Vimalda is, of course, we would call him as our guide because he was former director of ISI Calcutta. We closely started interacting, at least in the recent time, because of our association in the IndoCrypt 25th edition, what was done by SET. So welcome. And Dr. Rajiv, sir, yeah, fine. So again, we have, I can go on from NTR again, we have director himself, Endur Gupta, and MCT, we have our Major Devan, and then we have former Puri, and I think we have from IDRBT, the director could not come, so but Professor Ravi is here from IDRBT, and we have all our partners from IIT, we have Professor Chester, his ecosystem, and we have, I think Hemachandra Kara was supposed to come. Sir, hello, welcome, please. So, Professor Hemachandra Kara, we got recently connected from the Humanities Department of IIT. I'll talk about it briefly, Madam knows it. And we have, I should not miss, I'm just seeing Uma, I can just, and of course, Hema from BEL, I'm sorry. So, BEL, ECL has been a key organization behind such journey. And CDAC, how can I forget? And we have many people from CDAC. Ramesh is there, Ithirajan is there, and we have got wishes from CDAC and other people. And of course, I should not miss the key nodal person, Dr. Rakesh Kaur, because she is the, I would say, the nodal person for SETS, all of us as concerned, because she connects us to the leadership there. And because of her, we could really get our, things very well communicated and take the blessings of the key members over there. So I think welcome all others, and I should extend the welcome to all other people. Probably if I miss, please pardon me for it. It's not, it's just because of time and oversight probably. And I welcome each one of you. And welcome all our members from the Gameathon, the 23 members who have come, the finalists. Each one of them are a marvel. I think they all deserve award. Though we probably will be announcing one, but I think all of them are the winners of this event, having come to sets. Similarly, the research colloquium, each one of them, they have come. The partners who I forgot them. I should invite each one of the partners, the startups, about 6 of them who are showcasing their products. And so welcome everyone, and our own sets team. It gives me immense pleasure to again welcome all of you. So I think just a few more minutes about the journey. While all the senior predecessors are here, I'll still try to just carry forward our legacy to share it with all other members over here. So SETS has been born out of the dream of none other than our beloved Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. That's why we keep remembering him when we come to this room, and we are really indebted to him. And the seed that was sown by him was nurtured by Dr. R. Chidambaram in a manner that we got such an ambience with beautiful campus, and we are blessed with all the good things that can happen to any scientific organization. We are thankful to him, and we are thankful to the successor of Dr. R. Chidambaram, Dr. Vijay Raghavanji. He also has passed on his wishes, sir, and he has been force behind SETS to set up the supercomputing facility for cybersecurity. So we are thankful to him and his guidance. And of course, sir, I think you have been the key person behind us in the last leg of these years of 4+ years. And we have seen each one of us in the room sets. We know the kind of direction that you give, specifically on 2 aspects. So he insists on 2 things always. One is to look at boldly take up challenges that are probably not taken by others, which are of national importance. So sincerely, thank you. Even in the vehicle when he was coming, I was happy, though we are getting delayed, I was happy because he has given certain lot of insights, which I will share it with Ms. Suganya and team later. Maybe he can probably talk about it. So some of his directions are very much important for us. So to understand the use cases from a very larger perspective, he with the scientific leadership at the highest office, I think we are really truly blessed to have you with that direction. And the second one he keeps saying is, though he was from Institute of Science, Bangalore, I should say this because he has such a passion for translation of research outcome. The entire journey of the car, he was only talking about it. See, I'm more interested to see how Savi and Anvayam and QRNG, VPN, all this flies more. It's not about unveiling the product. So I think that is the kind of expectation and leadership, expectation what we have. So sincerely, thank you for that, sir. So these are the 2 things that we have been benefited, and you have expanded the scope of our journey, because the initial journey of SETS has been more into the cryptography and hardware security. So way back in 2002, early on, we built the indigenous encryptor boxes, which used to be called BEEJ, which is a encryptor box, and that was unveiled by the then president, of course, Dr. Abdul Kalam ji, in 2005. And this was transferred to ECIL for deployment and things like that. That's where our journey started. And subsequently, we had developed various cryptographic products during that time as IP core for implementation of various crypto algorithms and things like that. Catching up parallelly, early on in the country, the team where Ms. Suganya comes from is on the side channel analysis. So we have been one of the pioneers in that area. How to test the implementation of crypto scheme. You may take a standard crypto algorithm, but then you may have weaknesses built into it probably when you implement it. How do you go about testing it? So that's where we are extremely good in it since more than decades. So in the early days, we were doing all that. We were having a very good international imprint, sir. We were having in the early 2000, we had tie-up with QUET Australia and few other universities in abroad. Mainly with Australia, I think we had a very long association, and we hosted important events like IndoCrypt in 2004. And very proud to say the same IndoCrypt 24, which is the 25th edition, was also with the blessings from Dr. Bimal Rai. We could do it by SETS again. So 2004 was done by SETS, and ASK is one of the key international events. PACE is another very important event. All this were all done. That was the journey in the first decade. Then moving to the second decade, we kind of caught up on things related to network security and devising DOS mitigation solution by building certain stochastic model for anomaly detection. And subsequently catching up on it, we built the deep packet inspection, packet analysis, integrated threat management appliance. This is all on it. On the crypto and on the quantum front, we started making early baby steps. The Quest initiative was participated by SETS and recognized by it, and developing that paved the way for today's our contribution to NQM. And during the second decade, we were also scaling up the hardware activity into HTF, basically by NSCS to get into hardware security testing. So this is the journey in the second decade. And the last 5 years has been wonderful. We have been doing a lot of work in AI and cybersecurity, ransomware analysis, catching up on newer areas. Some of the recent works, I would say, sir, are very interesting under your leadership. You have actually, we are gifted to have him every year during this period and giving us specific points to focus. So in the last 2 years, your direction on the quantum resilience, we have made very good strides in it, development of post-quantum schemes in hardware and in software. We also have built capabilities in the country, which very few teams in the country have on the post-quantum testing methodologies, and we are collaborating with the University of Maryland and publishing guidelines for it. So we have made, and we have represented, Dr. Prem has represented under your, nomination to NIST. And in the last 24, 25, 26, we have made significant progress. Now with the IIT Madras, Dr. Anil Prabhakar and the team, we have been building this Makan and taking it further to a longer distance to Kila. So these are the national initiatives under your leadership. Under NSM, we have been partnering with IIT Jodhpur, Professor Mayank, and then with Professor Chester and at IIT Madras. And we have been working with Manan Suri, IIT Delhi, and building very interesting solutions for AI and cybersecurity. And in the area of hardware security, we actually scaled up the entire lab and the team. Right now, we have more than about, I think biggest team is probably that with more than about 30 people only working on hardware security. Very niche skills that we have in the country. Very few labs have it. So we are really thankful to you as well as to NSCS for it. And then we have the area of quantum, as I said, in quantum communication and computing. And in network security, the first thing you tasked me is to roll it out, the VPN that is right now up and running. And in fact, when Nithirajan was here, he was calling me today and said, day for yesterday, Raksha Mantri took a review, it seems. And CDAC was present. And Nithirajan, I can share that, right? Where is he? Probably, I don't know. Okay, so he shared that our solution was mentioned in that meeting, and he was very happy to share it with me. So we, our deployments have scaled up in the army and going very great. We have our deployment teams over there. And right now, the good news is in the last 1 year, based on support from strategic agencies, we have rolled out the post-quantum version of the VPN as well. So I think those are all the things that we are doing, and thanks to SAG for their evaluation and support and things like that. So these are the recent efforts. To highlight the last 1 year specifically since the last foundation day, one of the direction you gave is to see how do you go about making this passwordless authentication indigenous to the extent maximum possible. We have made it. You will be hearing from it. And then similarly, Anvayam, the product which is first time in the country being developed indigenously. Otherwise, this is an import hardware that is done by the team. So you will be unveiling it today. And some of the things which are very unique that we have caught up on is one is application on the verticals. Till now, we have not worked, we were working on the, what you would call it as a core fundamental aspect of cybersecurity. But in the last 1 year, what we have done is we have started closely working with one team in CDAC Pune, which is on the bioinformatics. So it is an application where their challenge problem statement was to expose, they have a challenge in exposing their gene data, but they want to carry out analysis to be done by the user agencies. So we have tried to work with them right now, application of privacy enhancing schemes like homework encryption to see how we can work with them. So that is one new vertical area that we have caught up. The second one is on the OT security. So we have been identified by the Power Grid Corporation of India, Center of Excellence located in IISc Bangalore. They had come and seen our capability and said, why don't you are solving something related to ransomware analysis. Why don't you do it for even power sector? So that is one new vertical that we have gotten. And even in the HTF security side, we have been closely working with power sector and telecom and things like that. So sector specificness is one thing that we have kind of done in the last 1 year very closely. Another thing is like Professor Hemant Chandra is here. with the Humanities Department of IIT Madras. Last about a month ago, 2 months ago, we had a first-time consulting brainstorming session where we had with CDAC Bombay, SETS and IIT, and we had involved. The problem statement was, how do you look at the accessibility challenge, which is, cybersecurity challenges for making system more accessible? Because sometimes these are kind of competing goals. I'm thankful to Shreyas Ramakrishnan because he has been driving this entire effort in the country. And India has a standard today because of the leadership effort what he drove. 2022, the standard first time in India got published for ICT accessibility for when we make your mobile systems and all that user equipment. How do you make it more accessible? So we found that there is a interesting challenge that needs to be addressed technically from the cybersecurity perspective, how it can be done without compromising the accessibility. So that is where I think we have this guidance from Professor Hemachandra and the team. So I think these are some of the new areas that we have caught up, and many more to go with your blessings and guidance. And I take this opportunity to thank all the members, our funding agencies, our guiding forces like advisory board, governing council, apex board. These are the three governing bodies for SETS which very closely guides us, and we have already set up a kind of a target with the advisory board's direction on the next 5-year kind of a roadmap. We kind of know what we probably have to do, but we would want to hear you from the next decade and what we should be doing it. And we are really thankful to all the funding agencies, whether it is MIT or DST, NSCS, DRDO, NTRO, BEL, ECIL, all the funding agencies who have been supporting us. Otherwise, this kind of an organization really requires support of that kind. We are thankful to all our collaborators across academia, industry, and R&D. And we have started closely working with the industry. So I am sure that in the coming years, we will be much more closely working with them and scaling up the solution. So I think we have a wonderful, I'm very sure on this 25th day, sir, with your blessings and support and your directions, we are committed to scale up and do whatever it is that takes the nation to the next level. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Parvinder Maini, Scientific Secretary, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and Chairperson of Governing Council, has provided invaluable leadership, guidance and encouragement to the organization, contributing significantly to its R&D initiatives, strategic directions and governance. Her continued support has been instrumental in strengthening SET's role in advancing India's cybersecurity and emerging technology ecosystem. It is now my privilege to invite Dr. Parvinder Maini to deliver special address.
Thank you. So dignitaries on the dais, and of course, Subbu has given an elaborate list of all the dignitaries who are sitting here. And of course, the young professionals who have come here. And I'm sure they're also sitting, the teams are also sitting. Yeah.
Faces, not that they will be joining this.
Okay. So anyway, it's good to see the young faces along with the people who have been stalwarts in this field. A very good morning to all of you. And I joined the entire Office of PSA team and along with President SETS in actually greeting you all on the 25th Foundation Day. So, of course, Subbu has summarized the 25 years of journey in 25 minutes. I don't know whether it was 25 minutes, but anyway, it was a long thing. And I would say that it's not enough time to summarize the kind of work SETS has done. So, of course, this is a landmark day indeed. As it is, as Subbu was mentioning, set up under the Office of PSA way back in 2002, SETS has actually done extremely well for itself. And for the nation, of course, service to the nation in the last 25 years. And I would say it was a farsightedness of our leaders and the government that they thought way back in 1999 that they should set up such a center, which is going to be a sort of a threat for the future and something where they should really work for this kind of threat. So this is something which our leaders thought that we should have a center which will look after us, which will protect us, and something which is nurtured and dedicated to cybersecurity. So, in his journey of 25 years, of course, Seth has risen to new heights in cybersecurity research, in taking research to real world use, and in, of course, in education and training. And however, considering the dynamic nature of this field and its growing importance, Sets has to actually rise to the demand and actually excel itself and keep on being keep itself ready for these challenging times. And of course, the connectivity defines a very fabric of our society, from communication to commerce to defense and so on. But with this growing dependence comes a growing risk. And the responsibility of safeguarding our digital realm increasingly rests on the capabilities, vision, and commitment of institutions like SETS. Therefore, SETS has to continuously excel in this field and build capability to keep at par with the changing size, speed, and complexity of the cyber world. As we adopt and work with the transformative technologies that we have today, such as AI, of course, 5G, cloud computing, quantum computing, and many more, we see cybersecurity not merely as a technical layer. It is actually a strategic necessity that we have to really look forward to. So over the years, of course, SETS has built strong indigenous R&D capabilities, which Subbu was just describing, across the entire cyberspace security spectrum, from cryptography, secure communication to hardware, network, quantum technologies, and so on. So whether it is setting up the advanced facility for information security and cryptology, or the side channel analysis, or the integrated threat management appliances, developing the VPN or the quantum random number generator, and the most recent, of course, being its focus on the emerging areas of post-quantum cryptography, hardware security, and quantum security. SET's journey actually reflects a consistent focus to rise to the demand and anticipate the emerging threats and develop strategic technologies to actually rise for the nation needs. So, however, as we were discussing during our journey from the airport, and PSA was constantly encouraging him to do translation of research. This is extremely important. So, because translation of research to useful products that can be commercialized is equally important as the technical capability of any product, because this can be established only when you deploy it. So it's extremely important that we deploy it in the field and get a feedback on it, on its usability. So the signing of MOU with ICSR, IIT Madras, is a useful step in this direction, as this will give SETS the much needed platform for undertaking collaboration with startups, industry, and other agencies leading to commercialization. Of course, it's heartening to note that SETS VPN has been in commercial use since 2023, and also the post-quantum VPN is now being used by strategic agencies. Similarly, other products such as SETS PQC Certifying Authority Solution, Public Key Infrastructure for IoT Solution, QRNG as a service, ransomware early detection system are ready for wide-scale deployment. So I understand that, of course, right after this inaugural, we are going to also have two products to be launched, the Savi and the Anvayam, an indigenous side channel evaluation platform. So this is actually heartening to know that SETS is always coming up with new things that it can actually productize. Now, with the rise in use of AI-powered cyber attacks are also on the rise and posing a challenge for cybersecurity professionals, as they're elusive and hard to detect. In fact, I was just mentioning to PSA yesterday, we had that Pragati meeting in which Prime Minister addresses all the chief secretary and the secretaries. And that very specifically, this was something which they were very concerned. And we have to rise to the demand what the nation requires. So, of course, on one hand, we have the AI/ML has enabled the development of automated security systems. And on the other hand, hackers use AI to devise sophisticated attacks aimed at circumventing security protocols. Considering the dynamic nature of AI, the traditional defense systems will definitely, of course, not work. And so we have to rely on AI-driven threat detection systems that have the ability to respond to emerging threats promptly. This is especially true in the BFSI sector, that is the banking, financial, and the insurance sector, which urgently require the development of indigenous cybersecurity solutions like the AI-driven threat detection and response, blockchain for secure transaction, and other robust cloud security measures. Additionally, of course, zero trust architecture that you were mentioning, advanced encryption methods for data at rest and in transit, and cybersecurity awareness and training are some of the areas that need focus and SETS has to rise to the expectation of the BFSI sector. Therefore, there is an urgent need to prioritize investment in AI-driven security solutions and continuously refine our strategies to stay ahead of times. And of course, look at the rapidly evolving threats that come our way. So I'm happy to see that SETS is working with its collaborators under the National Supercomputing Mission and is devising solutions for leveraging AI for cybersecurity and is also developing solutions for testing of AI models for its security and robustness. However, all this necessarily require a talent pool. So we have to work towards having a talent pool as much as we can. So because the country should be equipped with the latest know-how in the field. Therefore, the MOU which we are going to have with DIIT is for a unique MTech program in hardware security and cryptology is very, very timely. And I would say such efforts should be scaled up. SETS scientists are also giving intensive hands-on training in cryptography, quantum and hardware security through their programs like the Practo Crypto and Quantum Practicum. Such trainings programs not only help to share knowledge, but also help to upgrade one's own knowledge because if you have to give training, you have to upgrade your own knowledge. And therefore, it's important that the independent research and its outcomes are published. So I would like to urge the scientists of SETS who have not done their doctorate should actually register for PhD because research that enhances knowledge should be shared. And technologies that create value should be commercialized. Capabilities that affect national security should be protected because being an R&D center for security agencies, specifically, you have to keep your national interests in mind. But otherwise, I would encourage people to register for their doctorates if they have not already done. Sudhanya, you too. As emerging technologies like generative AI, quantum computing, and autonomous systems accelerate, the role of cybersecurity research becomes even more critical. We must anticipate threats before they manifest. We must secure not just data, but decision-making processes. And we must ensure that innovation does not outpace our ability to protect it. SETS can play a pivotal role in this whole direction and achieve these national aspirations. So once again, I wish you all a very, very happy 25th Foundation Day, and we wish you greater success. And we really want to SETS rise above all in this particular field, which is a field which is a great demand in there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure SETS will rise to the on par with the rising technologies. We now come to the presidential address. I will take a minute to talk about Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and President of Society for Electronic Transaction and Security. Professor has closely followed the organization's growth, research directions, and contributions to national cybersecurity priorities. His deep understanding of SETS' work, coupled with his vision for India's scientific and technological advancement, has continually inspired and motivated the SETS community. His encouragement has enabled SETS to actively contribute to some of the nation's most significant initiatives and national-level roadmaps in cybersecurity and strategic technologies. We are sincerely privileged to have him today with us and look forward to hearing his perspectives. I now take the honor of inviting Professor Ajay Kumar Sood to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mani, Subramaniam, and others on the dais. And as Subbu has introduced all of you by name, I will not say that, but it's a great privilege to be amongst you all. And every year on Foundation Day, it is so heartening to see the progress which SETS is making and the spirit with which it is making the progress. So it's a very heartwarming day. Every Foundation Day I have come here, and it's truly a pleasure. Now, today is even more special because today is the 25th Foundation Day, namely the Silver Jubilee of SETS. So, this Silver Jubilee always, as you know, has traditionally deep cultural significance. We always look for Silver Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee, and so on. So, when I was having my 25th marriage anniversary, I remember I was asking somebody, why is it called Silver Jubilee? Why not Bronze Jubilee? Why not Platinum is 25th? So I was not knowing that at that time. So then I was told the actually it dates back to Roman Empire. When on the 25th marriage anniversary, the husband will gift the wife a silver bracelet to show that thank you, you have still with me on 25th this thing, you have endured me, but you have also seen all the ups and downs. And so the Silver Jubilee really signifies a milestone in an individual journey, relationship journey, as well as in the institute journey. Because in the beginning, you have the hiccups, you have small or medium sized problems. If you survive, then you come to 25th. Before that, if it happens, then you know you have no reason to celebrate the Silver Jubilee. So SETS in that sense has come through that rigor of building up its competence, its repute in very selected areas, as was mentioned by Subbu and Dr. Mani in the last 25 years. And it has made a niche contribution in this area of cybersecurity in general, but in particular, many specific areas which were elaborated very, very well. So this is also a time when you talk of Silver Jubilee, it's also a time we have to remember we are now coming, if you look at the S-shaped curve for any institute, we are actually in an inflection point. That inflection point, you know, the famous S-shaped curve for any institute. So this inflection point is very important because if you are not aware, you can also fall prey to complacency. So that inflection point should tell us that we have to go up the curve rather than plateau. So SETS don't take our compliment too seriously because we still have many high hopes on you. Because if you get satisfied, it is the end of the institute. You don't have that yet. I feel you are on the right track, but we have to yet to achieve many, many hurdles because now in the last 5 to 10 years, cybersecurity related issues have taken a new shape. As was mentioned, AI has come. We never knew Mythos, which you saw 1 month back, how it can detect all the flaws in your software. That is why it has become a national strategic importance. Countries are not willing to give you. We have to develop that capability. We don't have that. We have our LLM models, but they are nowhere near where you can really deploy them for such applications. This is where the country's resilience is needed. How do you build that? Is it that we will always be following others, or is it a stage will come when we can show the lead and tell people that we are really not the followers? So this is what I always feel we need to keep in mind. We have been catching well, I will say that, But we have to now come to a stage where we give the first time solutions, first time leads. And this is where I think the country will be known. So this is where the challenge to all of us, I'm not saying only to sets, whether it is in research, whether it is in technology, we don't have to be always following it up. We need to see how we can take the lead. So in that sense, I really urge sets to think how it can take the lead in whatever it does. So AI, as was mentioned, is the new buzzword. It's not a buzzword anymore. It is really the lifeline of many technologies, and security is not left out from that. So now you have to really see how we use this power. I don't think we have the all the answers, but if you take, like last time I said, you have AI, cyber security, and the hardware security you built into it. So all three you bring into it and see, can you have some program where the hardware security problems can be predicted. I don't know what you need to do. Somewhat like what Mythos have done for the software. They know that what is the bug in the program, right? That is what it does essentially. Essentially, it's like a 2 trillion parameter model, maybe 1.5 trillion, because it needs enormous iterations. But supposing you want to talk about this in the context of hardware security or cryptology or whatever you want to do, can you think, is it possible to think of AI based solutions to do that? I think probably somewhere out of box thinking we need to do. In that process, the quantum computing is another tool which has come on the scene, which was not there 5 years back. Now we have quantum computers, at least 64 qubit will be available in India very soon. 150 qubit is also being installed. Can we think of using quantum computing and AI for cyber security? So I would say that in your team of quantum experts, which you are building up, can you articulate amongst yourself, how do we use quantum computers for AI, which is not a new thing. In the last 3 years, a lot of work is being done. Quantum computers for AI and AI for quantum computers. Error mitigation is routinely being done using AI. But I would like you to go one step further and see whether quantum computer application can be used for cyber security. So that is something I think you are still going to be very much running in the race. It's not all done and dusted. So maybe in the next 1 year, hopefully in your next foundation day, you can tell us what is the thinking on that. Because I am glad that the challenges are good to look at, because it gives you a time frame to think. You have done extremely well. You have come out with these two products which you said will be unveiled, Chavi and Anuvayam. So extremely good. But even in those, I think some more indigenization needs to be done, because you have done up to a point, but how do we really make it affordable, that Anuvayam? How do we make sure that all the labs of cybersecurity can use this setup, the indigenized setup? Right now, what you have is something, let's say you have built, which you don't have to import, but you are using oscilloscope, as you said, which itself is a costly item. As we were discussing while coming in the car, can you think of using your laptop as a oscilloscope so that the entire thing is affordable? So entire thing now, if that can happen, if I'm still saying if, and the challenge is to your team, if that can happen, then huge number of engineering colleges, huge labs can be trained on this cyber security front. This will be the power. Right now, they can't even afford it. So this is something where sets can take a lead, and it will be the sets product. That's what I want to see. I would like to see sets take a lead so that when they talk of this, sets always come in the picture. And similarly, this FIDO2, which you have developed, this is the fast identity online, SAVI. Again, a very welcome thing. But now sets have the responsibility to diffuse it into the users. It will not happen just after inaugurating today. Now you have to see how you tie up with the financial sector. How do you tie up with the medical sector? How do you tie up with the energy grid sector? So that, and the strategic sector, which I always have in mind, but we always is a big user. How can they use that? So you have done now the quantum VPN, and I'm glad more than 50,000 nodes are being used by strategic agencies. Last one I heard was 50,000. I don't know if it number is still going to be increased, but I'm sure other forces will also need. So this is where I guess it's so heartening to see that this vision of President Abdul Kalam, which started 25 years back, then vision is 27-year-old, but the implementation from that is 25-year-old. It has really was such a foresight that right now we can't imagine if SETS was not there. So this is the vision. I think we just can't fathom the importance of it. It's so good, so high in importance. So SETS has to remain on the top of it. And this is where you need to find more and more challenging tasks to do it. Hackathon, which you mentioned in the car when we were coming, on the gamification of cyber security. Again, a very, very good effort, because with the digitization of the economy, all of us are vulnerable, all. And especially the elder citizens who are not so probably comfortable, I would call, with the technology, they may take shortcuts which can be very fatal. This is where I think whatever games you have developed, there are 2 you have selected or 4, I don't know. I think we should see these games really diffused into the society. They should go to every school, every college, and they should teach their parents and grandparents, the kids, because those kids are much better than us. And they will really take the culture of cybersecurity to every doorstep. So this is where I think you see that the games you have developed really go to the users. So this is another thing which you should see. We should connect to the Ministry of Education. We should connect to other ministries and make sure that this efforts which SETS initiated is taken to the next level. So I had a prepared speech, but after Subbu and Dr. Mani's speech, it becomes redundant. So I'm not going to give that points, but all the things have been covered. But now I think we need to see what do we do next. Of course, we need to strengthen whatever we have started. We need to strengthen the diffusion of what you have developed. We need to see all your other products which you are taking through Pravartak also go to users, and also see how do we make sector specific hardware security and scale up the capabilities in line with the hardware roadmap which SETS help to prepare. That is an effort which has not been well appreciated so far in the country, but it's an enormous effort which SETS did along with all the players. We have given it to NSCS, and they are responsible for implementing it. So we hope that they will do the needful, because SETS did a wonderful job in preparing that. Not only that, they also did phase-wise implementation plan and what resources are needed. It's a very, very nice work which came out after many iterations. And I think we should follow it up. And all of you who are the leaders and involved with the country's security, all of you should see the hardware security, which is a neglected a problem in our country, is done on a war footing. We have started making effort. The cameras are being now looked at, the all the CCTV cameras and all. But it's a very, very, I would call a small step. Many, many more things are needed. Our entire data centers are, uh, they are vulnerable, to say the least. How do we make sure? So there is an enormous challenge for all of us, and we need to, all of us need to work. Again, quantum resiliency, which was mentioned. Here again, we need to do something more. We talk of PQC, right? We have a roadmap. DST has also released a road. There is a working group right now in the quantum mission, and we are following it up. In that, we now will need to see, which is what we have told them, to identify the technologies which need to be developed. Because it's not enough to say we are PQC compliant. It's not enough. Because the user doesn't know what to do. The banks have to be told what to do. The banks have to be sensitized because they will not know how PQC works. It's not their job. But we need to make it easy. So this is where the solutions have to be developed. And as I mentioned, in the coming years, we will see more and more convergence of AI, quantum, and cyber security. So this is what I would like to see, if SETs can take some lead in bringing quantum computing into this AI and cyber security. Can we think of better ways to do it? And of course, specific focus on IoT and OT security areas, again, which was mentioned by Subbu. But this is where, again, you may have to define, in my view, some specific things which you would like to do in the security steps, at least 3 things which you will do in this year. So I would like to see little more specific thing on what will you do in OT, because OT is not same as IoT. We all know that. But in OT, what will you do? So this is something, at least it will make us sensitive when we do this problem identification. And I'm so glad to see the interaction of SETs with the entire ecosystem, which is also very clear from the presence of all of you, and tie up with the DIAT and other IIT going on, CDAC, of course, which is Subbu's motherland, going stronger. All of them, which is a good thing. Actually, I think it's a very good thing that the SETs cannot be in isolation. Cannot be. Security does not mean isolation. Security means choosing the right partners. And you have to choose the right partners and see where your partnership is essential. This is what is called asymmetric partnership. You bring something unique to the table, which others bring something more, and that partnership will survive. So this is where SETs is doing, but this is where you have to do with more care. Because I am not a fan of MOUs, by the way. I must tell you that. Because I have lived through tens of MOUs when I was in ISC, and I have seen that their lifetime is only that meeting where it is signed. Unless you are careful. So MOUs or whatever agreement you do have a meaning if it has a roadmap where both the partners are equally involved. So this is where, and I hope with DIAT you have already exemplified that you will be training for one semester students here and so on. So this is the right thing, and this is where I urge you to be critical in evaluating your partners when you do, so that on both sides there is a equal enthusiasm. So I think once again I would only say happy silver jubilee anniversary, and look forward to many exciting things from sets from all the partners you have. And it's always a pleasure to support you from our office, and to connect you with whosoever we can. And this is a uh, common responsibility of all of us to make sure that India is strong and safe, and you have a role to play. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and the challenge you have set before us. We look forward to rising to it and with your guidance and unwavering support in the years ahead. Our landmark of celebrations begin with the official launch of our 25-year commemorative coffee table book and captivating video showcase. This will be followed by the unveiling of our latest products. We then honor outstanding brilliance by presenting awards to the winners of Gameathon and Research Colloquium, after which we will announce the strategic memorandum of understanding between SETS and Defense Institute of Advanced Technology. Finally, we will culminate this historic day by awarding the dedication of SETS members who have served our institution for the last 20 years. Over the past 2.5 decades, since its inception, SETS has evolved into a unique institution, consistently meeting the expectations of critical and strategic sectors through its research, innovation, and technology development. Today, as it scales new heights, SETS is poised to play an even larger role as a national level nodal organization in advancing the country's cybersecurity ecosystem. Capturing such an extraordinary journey, its milestone, achievements, partnerships, and contributions of countless individuals in just a few minutes is no easy task. Nevertheless, we have made an earnest effort to bring together some of the defining moments that have shaped SETS over the last 25 years. This incredible journey is beautifully commemorated in our special coffee table book. I kindly request the Principal Scientific Advisor and Scientific Secretary to launch the coffee table book. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We will now play a short video capturing the 25 years of excellence. That is indeed an extraordinary journey. Innovation has always been at the heart of it.
So the attention span of people is less than. So we have put 1 minute video on set. The video that's the real.
I request the team to play the video.
So it is there on our.
Sure.
Whatever time with you. No, it's very good. You show them 1 minute. Strict audience don't like it. Which one? 1 minute version. This is like, yeah, those may not like it. This one. Or this is the emotional thing that it says. I think I released very recently.
Every secure digital future begins with a vision. For 25 years, SETS has contributed to building a cyber resilient. Every secure digital future begins with a Every secure digital future begins with a vision. For 25 years, SETS has contributed to building a cyber resilient and digitally secure India. A vision conceived by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, established under the office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Society for Electronic Transactions and Security, SETS, has spent the last 25 years transforming that vision into reality. Guided by successive principal scientific advisors and visionary leadership of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's vision led to the establishment of SETS and India's indigenous cyber security journey. Dr. R. Chidambaram strengthened advanced cryptology research and secure computing capabilities. Professor K. Vijayaraghavan established supercomputing facilities, expanded innovation and collaborative cyber security research ecosystems. Today, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood is driving quantum-safe technologies and next-generation cyber resilience. SETS has continuously expanded India's cyber security research ecosystem. From establishing advanced cryptology research facilities and cybersecurity supercomputing infrastructure to driving cutting-edge innovation in emerging technologies, SETS has remained at the forefront of national cyber resilience. Through trusted cybersecurity products, enterprise security solutions, ransomware protection, passwordless authentication, blockchain technologies, and advanced hardware security platforms, SETS delivers impactful solutions for strategic agencies. By training researchers, professionals, and students, and collaborating with government, academia, industry, startups, and standards bodies, SETS continues to strengthen India's cybersecurity ecosystem. As SETS enters its next chapter, its roadmap is clear. Advance frontier research, accelerate indigenous innovation, secure quantum-ready technologies, and empower a resilient, self-reliant digital India. For 25 years, SETS has built a strong technical ecosystem for cyber and hardware security. SETS
Avi and Anvayam. One of the persistent challenges faced by citizens today is the need to manage multiple passwords across numerous digital services. To address this challenge, SETS has developed secure authentication and authorization via verified identity SAVI, which is a passwordless authentication solution. I kindly request the team to kindly play the product video for an exclusive first look at SAVI. Thank you. I request the product development team of Savi to kindly come on the stage with the product. And may I request the Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to graciously unveil the product Savi. Thank you, sir. This is a proud moment for the entire SETS organization, reflecting the dedication, ingenuity, and collaborative spirit of the team behind this achievement.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, allow me to introduce Anvayam. Anvayam, which stands for Analysis of Side Channel Vulnerabilities for Security Assessment, is India's first indigenous FPGA-based platform for side channel security evaluation. This platform is complemented by Tadam, an automation software tool. We would also like to acknowledge and thank Avalon Technologies for their support in fabrication of the hardware platform. I kindly request the team to play the product video as we witness Anvayam for the very first time. request the product development team of Anvayam to kindly come on stage with the product. And may I kindly request the Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to graciously unveil the product Anvayam. Thank you, sir. This achievement is a proud reflection of the excellence, perseverance, and collaborative spirit that define the SETS team.
Taking years and those kind of standard algorithms implemented in hardware, there can still be certain vulnerabilities introduced by implementing. By doing power trace analysis and EM radiation and other analysis, you'll be able to find out the weakness. So this is
No, my question was on data leak.
no data leak. It's got nothing to do with data leak. It's algorithmic implementation in hardware. And these equipments are import items. Right now, it is being from Japan and Netherlands alone. So this is the first one in the country that's yeah.
No, I was just asking, the output you get, right, in terms of waveforms and all that. Supposing you now train your model on that analysis in a more detailed manner, which is what AI model can do. Can it give you a little more than what it is happening?
I'll ask them to respond. If they're doing it, you can answer better.
So that way I was just thinking, because you are simply looking at some analysis, but go deeper by training a model. Can you do?
Yes, sir, definitely we will be able to do it. The first thing is we follow the ISO standard to make the compliant. So whether the implementation is compliant with the functional vulnerability and all. Then in advanced step, we are also collecting the huge data sets to train it and then identify the unknown vulnerabilities in the implementation. So in such case, we have actually created a huge data set and now it is being uploaded in AI. So
AI push is fine,
yes, sir.
but is anyone working on using that data in your team?
Yes.
Do the further insights?
Yes, sir.
Actually, on the AI cybersecurity effort, their team and Dr. Tesla's team, what they are trying to do is addressing two problems. One is using the AI models, as you rightly said, whether it can do a better analysis than the statistical analysis. They are doing, our team is doing it. And what other problem they are trying to solve is whether AI models' robustness can also be tested in similar kind of platform. That basically, are you able to see the robustness of AI model, whether it is leaking its internal constructs, like number of neurons and things like that? Is the other side of the problem. So both way.
I can call it as a Chinese problem. Because that's what the Chinese are being, formally the complaint, American company has complained being China.
So we are using AI also.
Thank you. As a part of the Silver Jubilee celebrations, making 25 years of SETS' contribution to cybersecurity research, innovation, and capacity building, two national level initiatives were organized to inspire the next generation of cybersecurity researchers and innovators. SETS Gameathon. SETS Gameathon 2026 was organized with a simple but powerful idea. Can we make cybersecurity awareness fun? Students from across India were challenged to build games that help everyday users recognize and respond to real cyber threats like phishing, malware, social engineering, and AI-enabled cybercrimes through interactive and engaging experiences. Themed Play to Protect, the Gameathon received an enthusiastic response with 164 teams registering from across the country. 930 teams were shortlisted at level 1, narrowing to 20 teams at level 2, with 10 finalists emerging at level 3. These 10 teams have been here at SETS for the past 2 days, presenting their solutions before an expert jury yesterday on 24th June. We now arrive on one of the most eagerly anticipated moments of the day, the announcement of the Gameathon winners and runners-up. May I invite Mr. Tirupati and the Gameathon organizing team and the jury members to kindly join us on the stage and request the Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor to graciously announce the winners and runners-up of the Gameathon. Okay. Okay. We extend our heartfelt thanks to distinguished jury members of the Gameathon for their time, expertise, and thoughtful evaluation. With a round of applause, I invite the runners-up of the Gameathon to kindly come up on the stage. Yeah.
Amol Sayal or Adarsh Rajput. Very nice. Abhishek Madhukar. Major. Yes, please.
May I request the Principal Scientific Advisor to award the runners-up with check and the award. Congratulations, Team Rudra.
Fazia Tabusu. Fazia Tabusu. And then Bharti IS.
Request the Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor and Scientific Secretary to kindly present the awards to the winners. Congratulations, Team Cyber Duo. Next, we announce the results of the SETS Research Colloquium on Advanced Cybersecurity Research. Colloquium on Advanced Cybersecurity Research 2026 was envisioned as a national stage for the brightest young minds in the cybersecurity, a space for students and early career researchers to present the original work spanning the most critical and emerging frontiers of the field. 34 submissions came in from institutions across India. Through a rigorous double-blind review by over 10 external experts, along with SETS experts, 11 finalists were selected, and all 11 have been here at SETS for the past 2 days, presenting their research before the expert jury for the Best Paper Award. I invite Dr. Reshmi, Ms. Samyukta, the organizers of research colloquium, and the jury members to kindly join us on the stage and hand over the details of the Best Paper Award winner to the Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor.
This paper award goes to Pradeep Singh, University of Delhi. The title was a quantum safe authentication framework with zero trust architecture for resource constrained IoT. Congratulations.
May I request the Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor and the Scientific Secretary to kindly present the check and the award to the winner.
Heartiest congratulations to winners and to every participant. Your enthusiasm and dedication is what makes this event like truly meaningful. As SET celebrates its 25th Foundation Day, it gives us immense pleasure to announce a landmark collaboration with Premier Institute, Defence Institute of Advanced Technology, Pune, an institution under Defence Research and Development Organization DRDO, Ministry of Defence, in support of Government of India's vision, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and enhanced national cybersecurity. This collaboration marks the launch of unique MTech specialization in hardware security and cryptology, designed to develop highly skilled professionals in strategically important domain. It's a 2-year course where students will be pursuing first year curriculum at DIT Pune and second year at SETS Chennai. We request Dr. BHVS Narayan Murthy, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dean, and faculty from DIT Pune to come up on stage. I also request Executive Director Dr. N. Subramanian, Ms. Suganya Scientist G, Mr. V. Palani, Chief Administrative Officer, and Dr. Prem Lakshman Das, Scientist F from SETS, to kindly join us on stage. In order to exchange the MOU, in August presence of Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor and Scientific Secretary. We congratulate both institutions on this partnership and look forward to impact it will create in the hardware security and cryptology.
As of today, second launch.
Thank you very much. All the best.
We are grateful to the representatives of DIT Pune for this thoughtful gesture as they would like to present a memento as a token of their appreciation and gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries.
Other way, other way.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, DIT. We congratulate both the organizations. Today, we take an opportunity to acknowledge the dedication and commitment of those who have been instrumental in building our legacy here in SETS for 20 years. We now felicitate members of the organization who have dedicated 20 years to SETS. Your commitment, perseverance, and excellence have made SETS what it is today. I request Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and President SETS, to kindly present the mementos. I now invite Dr. Nageswar Rao, Administrative Officer SETS, to please come forward to receive this honor. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Noorul Amin, Accounts Officer SETS, to please come forward to receive this honor. Thank you, sir. A warm round of applause for Dr. Nageswar Rao and Mr. Amin. Thank you for your 2 decades of dedicated service to SETS. Following the felicitation, we now move to the foundation stone laying ceremony for SETS additional R&D facility. SETS currently operates across 3 zones: buffer zone, green zone, and red zone, as part of our vision to scale our research and development activities. The construction will be initiated in the buffer zone, and today we mark that beginning with the laying of foundation stone in the same premise. SETS has taken another significant step in strengthening its quantum research infrastructure with the setting up of Quantum Device Lab. This is an enhanced facility established to support device-level security, security testing, and validation of emerging quantum technologies. We extend our sincere appreciation to the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor for their valuable support in establishing this facility. As part of National Quantum Mission, this laboratory will serve as a platform for innovation, enabling the systematic study, validation, and advancement of secure and reliable quantum technologies. I would like to announce that foundation stone laying ceremony for SETS additional R&D facility and inauguration of Quantum Device Lab will take place immediately after the vote of thanks. I request ED SETS to honor our esteemed guest, Principal Scientific Advisor Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, with a memento. Thank you, sir. I also request ED SETS to honor the Scientific Secretary, ma'am, with memento. Further now, I invite Ms. Suganya A, Scientist G at SETS to formally conclude the inaugural session by delivering the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all of you on the dais and off the dais. And it's my pleasure to submit the vote of thanks on this special occasion that we are celebrating the 25th years of excellence. On behalf of SETS, I extend our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests, dignitaries, collaborators, and partners and participants who have joined us for this 25th Foundation Day celebration. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, sir, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and President SETS for his unwavering support, visionary leadership, constant encouragement. Sir, your presence and inspiring address have greatly enriched this occasion and motivated all of us to strive for greater excellence. We are grateful to Dr. Parvinder Maini, Scientific Secretary, ma'am, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and Chairperson Governing Council. Ma'am, your commitment and guidance and steadfast support have been instrumental in the growth and progress of SETS. We are grateful for your continued encouragement and mentorship, ma'am. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Subrata Rakshit, sir, Chairman Advisory Board, for his valuable contributions and guidance towards strengthening the institution and its mission. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Rakesh Kaur, ma'am, Scientist G and Advisor, Office of Principal Scientific Advisors, for constant support and encouragement to SETS. I wish to thank our beloved Executive Director, Dr. Subramanian, whose leadership, guidance, and continuous encouragement made the planning and successful execution of this event possible. Sir, your commitment and vision continue to inspire all of us. I would like to acknowledge and thank Mr. Parani, Chief Administrative and Accounts Officer SETS, and his team for his unwavering support and assistance in ensuring the smooth conduct of this event. And all the former executive director, the founder ED SETS, Dr. MS Vijayaraghavan, and Professor Balasubramanian, and Dr. Sarachandra Babu, and Dr. S.A.V. Satyamurthy, sir. So SETS is excelling today with all their guidance and support throughout for all these 25 years. And thank you very much for joining us today and wishing us. And today marks the beginning of a significant new collaboration with DIIT Pune. We warmly thank Professor Narayanamurthy, sir, Vice Chancellor DIIT, and his team for partnering with SETS to launch the MTech program on hardware security and cryptology. So we look forward for a fruitful and impactful collaboration. We also extend our sincere appreciation to all the exhibitors who have come all the way to exhibit their innovative product to SETS. And we acknowledge the dedication and hard work of the entire SETS team. Their enthusiasm, commitment, and tireless efforts behind the scenes have been crucial in making this event so successful. And I really appreciate the effort, the Gameathon team and a research colloquium team led by Dr. Reshmi and Mr. Tirupati. Really, it was so fun for the last 2 days. We had very young minds to collaborate and discuss many new ideas. So that was a great effort this year, and we will be continuing this also. Thank you, the team, for this enthusiasm, bringing in the all enthusiasts to SETS. So finally, I extend our sincere thanks to all esteemed guests. So I would like to mention a few and apologize if I miss someone. And Dr. Director STQC, Director SAG, and Anna University Representative Professor Meenakshi ma'am, and Avalon Technologies, who have come to see their product launched because they are the fabrication partner for this product, and Director Ernet and Director NITTR, and AITM Pravartak, and Director NCCS Bangalore DOT. So I thank each and every one of you to join us to celebrate this event, and we are also grateful to all the participants who have joined virtually and contributed to the success of the celebration. To our wonderful audience, thank you for taking the time to be with us today and for making this event memorable with your presence and participation. We look forward to your continued association with SETS, and we move forward in our vision of advancing cybersecurity research and innovation. Thank you all and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This concludes the inaugural session of SET's 25th Foundation Day celebrations. We invite all our participants and esteemed guests to join us for lunch at SET's dining hall. We also encourage you to visit the open house and exhibition stalls, where you can explore innovative technologies, solutions, and research showcases from SETS and our industry partners. We look forward to welcoming you back here at 2:30 p.m. for the panel discussion. Before we disperse, may I request Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, and Scientific Secretary Dr. Parvinder Maini, along with key dignitaries, to kindly assemble in front of Ramanujan statue for a photograph with the SET members. This will be followed by a group photograph with all the participants. I would like to announce that the foundation stone laying ceremony will be, and the inauguration of the quantum device lab with the key dignitaries will be now proceeded. Kindly join them.
So now I request everyone to rise for the national anthem. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
This foundation
followed by the photograph at the entrance.
I can do both things. Not like they won't be good. Yamo Namaha, Imam Prachana, Sabat by among people very open to something. That means the state of you will be covering? Yeah. Very interesting. All the best. For the very best, I think I like it turned out to be truly a silver jubilee. Yes. Now the talks and then followed by the program. All of you guys are yes, audience also. Yes. So at least silver and gold get silver and different. In the Indian market, silver went down very low. Percentage. Percentage. Oh, that's not right. Live. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I will off the camera. Okay. Has the lab has been inaugurated? No, sir, no, sir, no. Oh, you are waiting. Waiting for PS. Photographer is inside? No, he is not inside. So photographer live தான் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. Oh. Okay, okay. நவீன் எங்க கேமரா நீங்க ரிவர்ஸ் கட்டி விடுங்க லேப்டாப்ல ஒரு செப் ரிவர்ஸ் இருக்கு உடனே நீங்க போயிடுறீங்களா உள்ள ஒரு photographer asked. Yeah, those are meaning pretty very clean rooms. I know that live. இந்த சைடு இருக்கு கொஞ்சம் பேக் வந்துங்க. ஓகே உள்ள போயிரு உள்ள வந்துருங்க வீடியோ லைவ்ல போயிட்டு like value is covered. It is there inside sir. We'll have to inaugurate and then we will go. Done cover. So this is better is I can remove light. Forum ஆகலாம் இங்க உள்ள இருக்கு உள்ள இருக்கு ஓ yes sir I'll help you on the covers.
Yeah, so there's three models. This model can be boosted because it's strategic. They can do the scanning. What does it mean? Look, a bot. What is the software? Software.
This passive scanning, and then it understands what are the libraries and other stuff.
Yes, existing cryptography vulnerability. Estimately severe storage. So how many are critical? How many are critical? Then I use for use existing algorithm produces either RSA or
That's all. So that is what you need to find it out.
and hashing algorithm. Because it's a vast library, sir. You cannot go and find the cryptography existing in the so this can produce the report.
They had a separate
But I thought it
payment.
what answer no it's that's the very good
So yesterday we had a presentation where they have about 380 such things, and 85 of them are now migrated from RSA. They still have to do the remaining 200 and odd, right? So a typical bank like Punjab National Bank has about 380 such.
it's for them to know the risks. Because they're giving this around to you. They wait to some way. It's you are a sense of that. So if you estimate the number of it's a short time. For example, regarding that
They are students from NQM composites. NQM as a scheme. That is the NQM scheme. So they have a scheme under NQM, but they have students.
So that is also very good. Very the notice is so it is just identifying webs that affect it's not like logical for me. I think that's very good. Affect music and for this that it is system I did look I think so. Yeah, so we can use to check in my orders. That is so king. What is the other that like now you got a good one that's automation 6 5 yes what so that's in the code of that's one okay that's what buying photos like that two cubic and three cubic I'm that's what just not adding right somewhere this is the lobby yes here part of that's please sir the assets technical one comes with the
No, they have that is also the that's right. Yes, you are. So no, no, they can do that. So currently, no, no, we can do that, right? Guide. Yes. So this is going yes, yes, great. And yes, yes, we are enjoying the challenge. I think nothing is clear with the and yeah. And these are the four things they are doing also. It's quite fun. And I also when you are starting with something in for the kitchen. Technology background, you're doing data. I'm technology. No, they have done M Tech completed and joined us in the project. The one project. Very good. Actually, this very nice. Is one piece. Look at the program on the five per day cycle.
See whether because you may not be able, but you can make a card in your PC enabled. Yes. See whether you can do it. It's done for lower frequencies. But for this frequency, what you can do, you see.
Now we have RFSOC, so we are planning to actually that is the next phase of Anvayam we are having in our mind. But feasibility study we have just started.
Will you have in mind?
After ISOC, sir. That is a chip which can be used, which converts the power consumption analog to the digital and convert and give us the traces what we could see it in the oscilloscope. So oscilloscope inside also there is a circuitry based on that. So we are now
It is Anvayam plus plus.
Anvayam plus plus. So whether we can integrate the functionality of oscilloscope in the hardware itself, so that we can use only the software level. So that's in the plan. Yes, so that's in the plan. We are feasibility study is going.
Yeah, sir. Look, sorry, teacher. Here also, I want to thank. They said somewhere else, but I thought they.
Yes.
Sorry in action. Sorry in action.
Yes.
Rempa Kasli. I'm actually protecting me from.
So I'm going to continue your three. What is the? I'm sorry. To make
Measure this actually runs the photographic algorithm in a noisy environment. We have actually isolated the power circuit.
just maybe for the
The signal that we are getting from the photographic algorithm is
process into the big sector in because right first of all it's sorry it's not a question of yeah.
the ISO considered enterprise standards.
So I have found to this like you can think that
Both builds for the Indian evaluation company or
to ask us to ask the key
certification.
Directing us. The doctors will enroll to my main service.
Then next time
When you want to doctor, you can also get this online. What do not in password start with things.
you would plug it in and that's it.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I just even I don't have to enter the username also. Directly device want my username also. I actually want to just verify my identity with the help of this
Very nice. It will still need the pin.
because I need to prove my
Yeah. Correct.
So, madam, that was the question you were asking.
that will be yeah. So now we log into our
Wonderful. Can it be done for
it's just same
So, just thumb imprint you can
we have the bigger, smaller form factor?
Yes, actually, yeah, we can also have small pockets.
But this is too big for it.
You can say, you can do it with the mobile even without all this, right? Your app tests you can still do.
Yeah.
For example, the key is stored in the secure element. Eclipse upgraded only. Only when you have such a kind of a requirement, you use these devices. Otherwise, you can do away with it with the mobile secure way of storing the key. Then with the client, do you have that here?
Yes, sir.
You can.
Using mobile, I'm going to log in the mail. Update to my mobile to my email address. We are Xperio technology. So verifying with this. I'm using my path is stored in that mobile. I lost my thumb print, sir, to prove my information.
Either you can hear a pin or a thumb.
Or face.
Yeah,
Or face. That's it. Not logging.
So that is not with this device now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good.
All the best.
So better he on the remember sir.
Take it out. Otherwise, they are not diffused. This you can really affordable.
Yes, yes. Sir.
And then engineering colleges can say.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That is absolutely.
मेरा privacy violate हो गया all kinds of things that happens no matter what identification but
Sorry for the delay. We'll be beginning shortly. May I have your attention? Certificates for Gameathon and Research Colloquium will be distributed after the panel discussion. I hope you had a refreshing break. The morning session celebrated collaboration, innovations, and new beginnings. We now begin the afternoon session with a panel discussion on convergence of AI hardware security and cryptography. For that, the panel members are Sri Arjun Menon, Chief Engineer at Encore Semiconductors, Chennai; Dr. Patanjali SLPSK, Assistant Professor, Computer Science Engineering Department, IIT Madras; Dr. Dr. Punitavati Parani, Senior Research and Engineer Scientist Manager, Zoho Corporation Private Limited; Sri Ramesh Naidu, Scientist F, CDAC Bangalore; Dr. Venkateshan Subramanian, Professor, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad. For this, I now invite Ms. Suganya, Scientist G Sets, and Dr. Reshmi to moderate the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank SETS for inviting me to be a part of this panel discussion, and I would also like to congratulate SETS for its 25th anniversary. And a little bit of background about me: I did my master's and PhD at IIT Madras with Dr. Kamakuti, and where my thesis specialized in energy efficient computing, and the second half of my thesis specialized in countermeasures for power side channel attacks. I did my postdoc in University of Florida, where my specialization was in SOC security, addressing supply chain challenges or hardware security threats and countermeasures for SOCs. And right now, I'm a faculty at the Data Science and AI department at IIT Madras, where I specialize in AI for cybersecurity and AI for system design. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. Glad to be here. I'm Arjun. I'm one of the co-founders and chief engineer of Encore Semiconductors. We build RISC-V processors, and we also have a tool that'll help you automate SoC design. So if you want to build a new chip, if you want to put together multiple components, you can use our tool to basically build out a chip in, say, an hour or so, where you can finish the front-end design of the entire chip and also iterate quickly so that you get correct by construction design. I did my master's at IIT Madras again with Professor Kamakoti. I was part of the Shakti processor program from its inception. I work throughout the stack. But primarily I work on VLSI design, front-end design, but I also work on the complete software stack, including operating system and at the application layer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I am Punitavati. and I'm affiliated with Zoho Corporation Chennai. And I'm very glad to be here today, and I'm very glad to share the stage with so many people who are great in their fields. So, yeah, and I'm very happy to be invited here, and I thank everyone who are all present here.
How is AI changing the landscape of cybersecurity? If we do have a round of that using AI, maybe we want to. Yes.
Then there can break. For example, you can face uh, the uh, it's not out. Then AI can take it, fix and get to minutes. After with respect to proving the other for so the model so with AI based accurate but both they can see of the hardware AI is going to be good quality, but at the same time, there is not I'm not very good. And the data also be sensitivity into the SDA or so that has a how to create one stuff like that happens. It's of course that in so when it comes to technology, so a lot of guys like you, so starting from like one way network, so neural network, system neural network. The neural network is specialized for anti-human. For example, can you generate in a head? So how it can generate may not be a completely different for such a model can speak to the maybe looking to the type of the and how the generation is from. Maybe generation can speak to and using AI. Doctors to management, the education also can be done. So people are economically the next thing is there are recent people looking something like generatives and other types of the models. So even in the cryptology, the adoption of the AI is emerging very fast. I think another next 5 years we will see significant breakthroughs in the same. So that's my view.
So one area, right? So generally, when you talk about cybersecurity landscape, you can broadly divide it into two, right? You can say the offensive security, and then there's the defensive security, right? So the way AI has shaped both these landscape in the last 5 years is it has had a significant impact in the productivity, right? So if you take a look at the productivity aspect in the offensive security landscape, previously the attacker had to try, say, let's say 1 million trials for them to pick the right combination. Now that 1 million trials involved significant amount of manual effort and it was not so straightforward. But with the advent of AI models, now the attacker's effort has now reduced, right? So when people say Midas is significantly going to alter the cybersecurity landscape, they are not, what they're trying to say is now whatever you considered as attacker's productivity level, right? So a lot of our countermeasures are reliant on the assumption. So if you take power side channel, we say that my TVLA score over 1 million traces, right? Now, the reason why we say 1 million traces is because it is previously we have assumed that generating 1 million traces from an attacker standpoint is cumbersome, and so this is considered to be secure, right? So, or at least it's going to be difficult for the attacker. Now, will that assumption hold anymore? Now that may no longer be true, right? People say in the next upcoming 8 months, tools like 5% are going to add, right? What they are trying to say is the standards, right, that are now currently in place now need to catch up, because otherwise we are going to have a lot of false positives, right? The standards will say, yes, this system is secure or this protocol is secure, but we will have models that are out there that will be continuously proving them wrong on a day-to-day basis, right? So if the question is, how has AI altered the landscape? One is productivity, right? Even from a defender standpoint, today, if you have to analyze 1 million traces, right? So I remember for my PhD thesis, for the same TVLA analysis, the trace analysis or trace generation and analysis took over 6 months, right? Because there was no standard mechanism for doing that. But right now, with an AI model, my student is able to do that in over a week, right? So they are able to, and there are models that are out of the box available, right? They've been trained on traces, just pick them and then use them, right? So the productivity in 6 years has been altered significantly. So from a defense standpoint, right? So previously there was always this assumption of honest attacker, right? So if I'm trying to evaluate my design with respect to power side channel, I'm going to assume that the attacker is only going to try power side channel. But all of us at the back of our mind, we are aware of the fact that the attacker is never going to stop with power side channel. If he gets 40 bits with power side channel, then he'll try to gain 20 bits with fault patch. We can now start constructing those threat models because modeling those attackers using AI tools now becomes easier, right? Previously, it was computationally infeasible to model such an attacker's capabilities, but now we can start thinking about doing it, right? So from a researcher standpoint, yes, in the defensive security landscape, AI has opened up a lot of new and interesting research problems. From an offensive security researcher standpoint, AI has made attacks a lot easier, right? And that is the scary part. Earlier, we would not dream of some attacks happening because we'll say, okay, for this attack to happen, the attacker has to have significantly high compute capabilities, which are not available in the hands of common man, right? Now, all it takes is for Anthropic to enable table, and those assumptions will now be rendered in mind, right? So this is essentially what I see as the change that AI has brought.
So I think the game of security has always been a cat and mouse game, right? The very first attack at the software level, if you recall, would be a simple stack smashing attack where you do a stack overflow and you try to corrupt the program. And then people came up with stack canaries, and then attackers came up with return-oriented programming, and then you come up with control flow integrity and so on. So it was always that somebody proposed an attack, somebody came and defended it, and then the attacker became more intelligent and came out new. So
and with time, the attack and the defense mechanisms were really more complex. It just kept getting more and more complex, and because of which, it was still difficult to perform an attack and also difficult to protect against certain class of attack. Like what Patanjali mentioned, I think it's very true that with the advent of AI, the barrier to do that has reduced for both attacks and defenses, right? And that basically means that I think there will again be a wave of attacks and defenses that will get published very quickly because the AI is able to again do both of that, right? That said, because of AI, there is also a lot of new code that is coming in. There are lots of new devices that are being put in multiple places, which just means that there are more attack points. I think at this point in time, we're still at a very inflection point where there is a lot of noise. You can there are a lot of devices where, because you have written millions of codes now, which AI is just spitting out, which probably is not going through the rigorous amount of code review that used to happen. There could be new bugs that are introduced in the short term domain, right? But long term, I think another fundamental shift that is happening is all of these apps are getting unified, right? People are saying that tomorrow you will not have a cell phone with apps. You'll just have a cell phone with an agent, right? Whether you want to order food, whether you want to buy clothes, whether you want to browse, you want to ask a question, it'll just be a single unified AI interface and you will not have hundreds of apps. The moment you do have hundreds of apps, there are 100 different places where you can have vulnerabilities versus if it is just one app, reasoning about that will become a bit more easier. So I think in the long term, once things stabilize and if indeed this prediction turns out to be true that apps are no longer going to be the future of interaction, then yes, then I think the amount of surface, the attack surface at the software level at least is going to come.
In an industry standpoint, what I could say is we could use AI in two different modes actually. The first one is the usual one, what we are seeing nowadays is automatic things actually. So AI is mostly used in automating. See, if you have a mail, you can set an automated workflow to just provide a reply to whoever sends you. So this is a simple use case. And the other one, these are all the examples of automation. The other one, what I would like to mention is we could also shift our focus towards augmentation actually. The augmentation is a scenario where there could be, if for example, there is an organization, we could scale up the expertise actually and provide solutions to different problems in parallel actually. So this is also possible nowadays. And we need this as we have agents which are going to carry on these processes. And eventually all the apps are going to be hidden by an agent, by one agent or a group of agents, whatever it is, whatever we are going to select actually. Earlier the evolution started like this, like earlier we had this machine learning algorithm, which gave simple intelligence for classification kind of things. Then came neural network and then came transformers. Then came a single agent and now we are in agentic AI era, where there is one agent which could manage agent pool or lot of agents which act like a slave under one master agent. So these and what we have to see is we have to use them to the benefit of the society. Like we should be using all this to help in completing the task or work or whatever it is of a particular person, and not to think of it as a complete replacement of people actually. So this is what we aim at in an industry nowadays.
Thank you for putting forward all your views. Here's a question. Now, the top three major discussions in the Asian perspective for the last 2 years is post-quantum migration. Second is the hardware supply chain. Third one is the AI. So the convergence of AI plus hardware plus cryptology. Will this address few of this or at least one or two of this? What is your opinion? Can I start?
Actually, I could think of all these three as a trifecta actually. Because AI assures intelligence, hardware security assures maybe like trust actually, and the third one cryptography, right? So the cryptography will assure confidence actually. So all these three can be considered as a trident now, and when they converge actually, they converge to a trusted autonomous system finally. And all these three different entities will be different layers in this one unified autonomous system. So this is how I could envision this.
Yeah. So I think all the three are important, and there is definitely some intersection. At the base level, physics and math is not going to change, right? And that sort of constitutes the foundation fundamental layer, where cryptography is a part of it, where you basically use mathematics to have certain guarantees. And that, I think, is of course going to be the rock bed foundation. On top of that, hardware security is also going to be really important, probably because your software, you can guarantee things at the software level only if the hardware is able to provide certain guarantees. If your hardware is not trusted or has vulnerabilities, then it doesn't matter what you do at the top software layer, right? That's just not going to be effective. Again, even with AI, because AI is so good at coming up with, say attacks or methodologies to break something throughout the stack. It will not just be attacking at one layer. If you use AI to build an attack, it will most probably be something that spans across all three layers. So yes, I think AI in that sense is it's again, like I mentioned, it's both an offense and a defense mechanism where you will use the hardware features that are required. AI will also come and say you that you need to go add these hardware features so that it makes the life of software much easy. Also, because now you are going to be running AI in so many different devices, it is also critical that you protect the data that it is using. I mean, you cannot always send this data back to the net, back to the cloud to perform inference or anything, right? So you'll have to run these at the end system. And in that space, it'll be really, you'll have to tie the AI and the hardware very tightly, where you have hardware constructs that let you run these AI processes very efficiently and also in a secure manner. Like what you see in today's NVIDIA's, the latest NVIDIA GPUs, the Blackwell series, they actually have encrypted communication flowing all the way from the CPU to the PCIe Express lane and inside the GPU. Everything is encrypted, right? And of course, inference happens just in there. So people are moving towards that, and everybody realizes that there is a real threat, and people are working on solutions that do span across.
So I also agree that all three are important, right? So you take the current scenario of our country from a semiconductor standpoint, right? While we do have startups like Incore and Mindro that are trying to produce indigenous chips and address our semiconductor needs. From a semiconductor standpoint, India is still a net importer. Right? We still rely a lot on other providers to meet our needs, but we are also not in a position to say, okay, let's wait for the ecosystem to evolve, because as a nation, we need to embrace technology transformation, right? Because that is how we can provide certain amenities to people, irrespective of their economic divide and things like that. So today, then the scenario is we have to buy our electronic parts, right, or a significant amount of them from third-party providers. And so the question then becomes, how do you then trust them, right? And we are also not in a position to go and then say, like other countries where they say you make your design available as an open source model, right? They are able to leverage that, but we may or may not be in a position to leverage that as well, right? So this is where AI essentially comes in, right? So if I'm buying a device and I have to do black box validation to perform some degree of attestation, right? How do I do it, and how do I do it within the given time constraint, right? So because I cannot say I'll take one and a half year to try and see what I can do with it, because as I said, the transformation has to be instantaneous, right? because there's a policy demand for it. Now, AI can essentially act as a great equalizer here because it helps us model threat vectors or threat scenarios, and it can be used effectively for doing validation guarantees, which would have otherwise taken a significant amount of time, right? Now, where does the cryptology angle come in, right? Now, what sort of guarantees must we be able to provide, right? So, one aspect of a challenging aspect of security is that security, what I consider secure, right, might be very, very different from what an end user might consider secure, right? So, for an end user, functionality might take precedence over security, right? And this is a very common challenge when you try to integrate security into any this thing, because people will always say, fine, my device is now secure, but my performance fell off, right? And they will never, getting them to understand that in and of itself is a challenge. But so how do you establish a common paradigm that everyone can now talk and understand and come to a common middle ground when it comes to security, right? How do I as a researcher help the end user understand, or how does the end user help me as a researcher understand what they mean by security, right? And that is where cryptology comes in, because it provides the mathematical guarantees that I can say here are the provable guarantees that that I'm trying to achieve when I say I'm doing security validation or security attestation. And once I provide those mathematical guarantees, it also becomes easy for anyone to pick an audit, right? Security doesn't become an opinionated statement because I'm saying here are the mathematical guarantees. Now someone else can essentially go and audit to see if those guarantees make sense, right? And if I'm indeed meeting those guarantees, right? So then security becomes verifiable, right? So that is how I see these three components playing interact.
So when it comes to the hardware security plus cryptography and AI, so these three are like acting hand in hand over this. So if I take hardware security, AI is widely used for analyzing the security factors which are related to the hardware. Again, I have to mention that either formulation attacks or attacks at CMOS level or SEA attacks. So the AI is widely used. At the same time, the another angle we have to bring it here is whether the AI models which we are using, either in cryptanalysis or for hardware security, are they secure? Are they robust? So what if the AI models are being attacked? So as of now, as for the list, so there are almost like 400 plus AI attacks have been published in the last 7 years. And if we categorize, there are 30 types of attacks are already published. So we don't know, we are not aware of the attacks which are not having published yet, or which are not came into the limelight. So the AI models themselves are vulnerable today. So if you are using AI for either for data analysis or for the bottom line for the security, we have to safeguard the AI first. So then only we can implement the AI into these two boxes or two verticals. So these three are going hand in hand, but given provided the AI has to be safeguarded first before it is being used. That is the new dimension I think we have to consider.
Let me consider this in the negative side first. So whenever the term AI comes, I always think of mythos, or maybe something else will come in future. And when it comes to hardware supply chain, then Lebanon attack comes to my mind. And third, if it is the P2C, then it is Harvest Now and the decryption later. So now if we see how one can help another. So let's say for the cryptography algorithms, so we can utilize AI to check that any biasness is there or whether nonlinear is followed or not. And even key selection for that also it can be used. And the other way, the cryptography algorithm also helps AI, as he was mentioning. So the non-interactive zero knowledge proofs are getting used for LLM proof. So we don't know what are the features they are using. They say in trillions they are giving training the features, but how much it is biased? If it has to be verified, they don't want to disclose, but they say that you can verify. So in that case, the non-interactive zero knowledge proof can be used. And when it comes to the hardware security, as I already mentioned, it can be used for the side channel analysis. Yesterday also the research colloquium one was presenting that by collecting the power, so the ML algorithms or AI models can be used to analyze that more accurately. And also the RTL codes. So that can also be analyzed using the AI model because we don't need much expertise on analyzing such things because you will be using the AI tools to do that. So in that way, if we see one and other, they will be compensating each other. But I initially said one side it will be for the right thing, and another side attacker will also be using the same. So it will be like AI this, AI in sometimes we can say.
Thank you. So now we have a direct question to Sri Arjun. So because you are working on the design and development of hardware solutions, right? So hardware-based solution. So my question is AI being used for implementation verification or functional verification? If yes, then could you please name some of the tools which is actually helping and efficiency of it?
Right. So yes, definitely. I think we ourselves do use a lot of AI tools, both for design and for verification. So because your question was more on verification, let me double click on that. All of the standard EDA tool vendors, Synopsys, Cadence, Synopsys has a tool called VSO AI. Cadence also has something called Veritium something. All of them do have these tools. The primary agenda or the reason why you would use these is because today, if you assume that design takes, design effort is 1x, verification effort is at least 3x of that, right? If you spend 1 hour to design, you'll need 3 hours to verify. A 1% design will take 3 people to verify something. Now, given that is the context, what people do is that typically the very first level of verification, you would just try to develop an automated verification environment where you just try to feed in random test cases, right? And then you come up with metrics. You say that if I've written 100 lines of code, if I randomly test it, how many lines have I covered, right? That is one metric called code coverage. The next metric is also functional coverage, where you say that have I covered all of these functional scenarios, right? Now, typically, it is very easy to get, say, 60% or 80% code coverage, but after that, it becomes really difficult for you to hit the rest of the things by using random coverage numbers. And in fact, you will end up writing millions of test cases just to increase your coverage by, say, 1%. That is where AI comes in. AI is able to go ahead and prune all of that search space, and it is able to come up with the least number of test cases with which you will get the maximum number of coverage. Also understand that in hardware, all of these simulations take huge amounts of time, right? As if you're able to reduce your search space and if you're able to reduce the number of test cases, it means that you're able to get a product out to market much quickly. And that is what is the main challenge for any company out there. That is one. So yes, I think AI for verification is definitely something that if anybody here is doing verification, doesn't matter whether you're doing hardware design or software design, you should definitely use AI. In fact, if you just give AI a PDF of your specification, today it is so good that if it is a common language, it will spit out an entire test plan. It will also write these test cases and give it to you.
Okay. So how about security verification?
Right. Security verification is, I would say that it is still in very early stages. So, I mean, if you take AI, right, at the end of the day, security verification basically, what is the difference between a functional verification and a security verification, right? Functional verification tells, you're basically trying to say that I have a spec. Does my implementation do all of the things that my spec says that it should do? Right? Versus security verification is basically saying that this particular system should not do anything else in the world that it shouldn't be doing, which is a huge search space, right? So now there are two ways by which you can attack this. So if you want something that is in security, you cannot have maybe not. I mean, at the end, you should be able to say something with utmost confidence, right? If you're giving a security guarantee, that guarantee has to be met. It cannot be probabilistic. So there are two ways of going about it. So one, of course, the most thing that makes sense, like what Patanjali was also mentioning, is formal verification, right? Where you have properties and you prove. Even in formal verification, there are two ways of going about it. One is called model checking, and another is where is an interactive theorem proving, right? In model checking, you have an automated environment which automatically comes up with a model. It says that, okay, these are all my parameters. I will try to brute force the entire search space and say that, okay, nothing will happen in the design, which is very difficult to do when your design size grows up. You can probably do it for a small AES accelerator or something, but as your design becomes more and more complex, it is very difficult to do this, right? So today, what is more practical is interactive theory proving. Now, 5 years before, again, if your design is 1x, verification is 3x, formal verification was close to 20x, right? That was the amount of difficulty it takes to write formal proofs and theorems and actually prove it. Today, formal verification sits probably at 5x, right? And that is because all of these new languages that have come, so there is a language called Lean 4, right? And AI, for some reason, is able to understand this much better than English specs or even your C programs, which still have a lot of ambiguity in them. So AI is able to understand this very well, and it is able to help you write all of these things very quickly. So you can go ahead and say that this is what I want to verify and specify something in English, and it is able to actually spit out what are the assertions that it should do, how should the proofs happen. It is able to automate all of that. Now the role of the designer is just to verify if what the AI is doing correct is that correct or not. And if there are some gaps, you have to sort of give certain inputs to the tool to say that try to think in this direction, right? So your expertise should just be at the conceptual level, and of course you'll have to understand the output, but you don't have to spend time trying to actually write proofs and all.
Okay. Perfect. So I would like to ask one thing more on this, because the formal verification will definitely tell and investigate the course each and every line. But how it will help us to estimate the hardware leakages. So that is one thing. And second question, okay, yeah, we will go one by one. Please.
Sure. Yeah, so indeed a good question. It is very difficult to predict hardware leakage using formal verif, primarily because at the end of the day, whether you implement an AES S-box one way or another, mathematically it is still the same. It will give you the same. If you feed in an input, it gives you the same output, right? So yes, in that sense, it is very difficult. But if you want to do that, then that is a different. I mean, your input parameters and your notion of correctness is defined differently, right? Rather than just checking the input and the output values, now you'll also have to check what is the power trace or what will be the power profile of this particular circuit. So as long as you're able to model that in a manner that AI is able to understand, which again people are doing, right? People are building tools that can just predict what will be the side channel leakage of a particular hardware. So as long as your model is built, your framework is built in order to measure that and drive that, yes, the AI tools will again be able to optimize on that particular part.
Okay, perfect. So usually, my second question. So usually the AI model or whatever the verification model we use, it will say whether pass or fail. So in security, we cannot say it's a pass or fail. So we should be having some measurable thing, right? Some confidence score, we can name it. So how do we arrive at a confidence score in the case of AI models?
Right. I mean, by you mean to ask the confidence score of an output of an AI model, how would we define that? Yeah, I mean, that's a very good question. I don't have a very good answer, but I think things like there are some metrics that just come up and most people just accept that this metric is good enough. For example, in side channel leakage, TVLA is a metric that most people just accept that this is a good, but is there a formal way of saying that this is the best method possible? Of course not. You can have better metrics or something, right? Likewise, I think in AI, all of this again ties down to how well are you able to verify the output of an AI, right? So you'll have to build a model, and depending on how good this particular model is. So AI will say you give an input, AI is actually able to produce an output, which is still a tougher thing to do. Versus saying, is this output correct for this input is a slightly more easier problem to solve. So if you're able to build whatever framework you build to basically validate this, and that will vary across different, different, different use cases. For each use case, you may have a different notion of what is right and what is wrong. So I think it is very application specific and domain specific. For each domain, you'll probably end up having a different metric, and based on that, you will come up with the best score for an AI model.
Just to add on, I have a question to Mr. Ramesh on this. Probably the discussion now, finding vulnerability with the formal verification of any AI model is possible. So in the regular robustness checking that NIST guidelines says, how it is being formulated relating to this formal verification. So is there any specific guideline says that this is how it be, or what extra measures need to be there in a domain specific? Is there any guidelines?
So this standard won't mention like you take these metrics. Instead, it has a section defines we can formally verify the robustness of an AI model against particular set of parameters. For example, take admission attacks. So if you take a model like any CNN-based admission transformer-based model, if I take VIT, and if I want to formally verify whether this particular model is robust against a set of attacks, 10 attacks that can be verified. However, it has a lot of limitations. If I take, there are two types of approaches available to get to formally verify AI models. The first one is deterministic. The deterministic approaches are like I generate millions of test vectors, and using those test vectors, I formally verify a particular AI model, and I'll generate a confidence range. Let us say like 80% to 90% or 85% to 95%. Percentage for a domain specific or for an application specific model. And for these kinds of attacks, for every attack, we can have a range. It depends on the type of attack. So we cannot generalize. For example, if I use a gradient based attack, we can give a range. If I use a poison, data poisoning attack, we have to give a different range. So we cannot generalize. That is not possible. So there is another class of formal verification approach is probabilistic. So a simple method is like randomized smoothing. The randomized smoothing is like you have a search space. In that search space, I take a random test vectors, I can pick any. If you have a very, for example, you have 1,000 GP cards, you can take millions of test vectors. If you have one GP card, maybe you have to rely on only some 1,000 test vectors. So that can be drawn from that RS space, and that can be, a model can be tested against these vectors, and we can give a range for a particular model. But however, if I come to a complex models, for example, a model is built using 1,000 layers, and it has a lot of nonlinear layers, and these nonlinear layers interact, it has complex interactions, then implementing these text vectors will be very, very computationally explosive. So that's the reason today the formal methods for defining the, for verifying the AI models are just emerging. So we have used a few methods like alpha crown, beta crown, randomized smoothing for some of the predefined models. So they got very decent results. But when it comes to if you take a GPT-3 or GPT-OS or 20 billion parameter model with many layers, so applying a formal verification method on that is computationally very expensive. To give an example, for a VIT vision transformer, which is doing a classification of, let us say, some 10 classes, if I have to formally verify for one attack, if I use one GPU, let's say NVIDIA H100, it takes a week's time. So the formal verification is highly computationally intensive in this case. So this is emerging. I think we come up with another 4 or 5 years we may come up with good approaches to formally verify AI.
Just mention about the 3 attack scenarios that you have done, and it seems to be having a defense mechanisms too, right? So did you do a patch on that? Or did you do that?
Yeah, see, once we formally verify, if you know the vulnerabilities, the mitigation is adopted. So based on the vulnerabilities which are emerging for a particular application, AI application, we have to come with the corresponding defense mechanism. So normally, if the vulnerabilities are unknown, we go for a general defense method is called adversarial training. Adversarial training is as much adversaries as like possible you generate, you train the model. We also call this as like a master student kind of architecture. So it's like if you say like for LLMs quadrants, real-time quadrants. Here also even computation models, you can have a real-time quadrants. They repeatedly train on the adversaries and they advise and safeguard the same deployment.
So, this question to Dr. Patanjali. So, as we clearly understand, so AI is playing a very equivalent role in the verification and it is contributing a lot, right? So, will AI become a standard component in every hardware security verification flow? So, majorly in the design flow. So, in a very, because security verification.
Yes.
So how far it will be, we are able to reach that, we will get an automated security verification AI tool. Because as of now, it is not there.
So the broader answer is yes, AI will definitely be an important component, right? If not for anything, as I pointed out, for just the sheer productivity improvement that it brings, right? Now, what shape will it take, right? So will AI be the solution provider? That is questionable, right? Because fundamentally AI is data driven. So we did one exercise in our lab where we are trying to we take AI models and we do red teaming on them, right? So when you say you do red teaming, from an AI model standpoint, there are three interesting approaches that you can take. One is the front end, right? Can I try and inject a malicious prompt to create the model? So this is one vector, right? That emerges into this generative AI landscape. Now the second vector is the AI model itself built out of vulnerable components, right? So I will now say I built GPT 5.2, but then the libraries that I've used, the NumPy scikit libraries and everything, right? That in itself could be vulnerable, right? The third is I can say everything, but I can deploy it in an unsecure fashion, right? My model is not, it is trained to be safe. It is built out of secure libraries, but I deployed it in the enterprise setting without, proper API guardrails and, we have even identified an interesting vector that is going to make the models vulnerable by design. So pretty much today, all models for performance improvements, they use this paradigm called KVCAT, right? So if you look at it, over the last 6 months, there have been 6 attacks that have been proposed on KVCAT, right? So this is going to be an inherent vulnerability. If you look, I think last week there was a paper from one of the OpenAI research groups where they say prompt injection is now going to be a default vulnerability, right? Don't assume that it's going to be there and then try and skip that. So now, if you're going to say, I'm going to use an AI solution for my security workflow, the model is now going to provide the solution, right? So understand that we are going to have a model that may be trained on poor data, that might not have been deployed with these guardrails in place, or that might be deployed in a completely inferior setting, right? Now, the fourth attack vector that nobody considers is the model might be trained to provide you an incorrect answer, right? So one of the reasons that countries are being sensitized to MITRE is there is only one country today that has access to MITRE. Every other country is not, right? So you can have things like that. So one fine day we can be the victim to some geopolitical resolution which limits our capability. So should AI be the solution provider? Not really, right? Then how does AI play a role? One of the things that AI is really good at is it can, right, as Madam pointed out, it is a good, you can now start incorporating agentic workflows, right? AI models have shown that they're really good at understanding and interacting with your backend tools, right? Now, what is the productivity improvement that this brings in, right? So today, if I take on a PhD student and if I have to train them to use the VLSI, if I want them to work on a security related problem statement, they have to understand VLSI tool flows. They have to understand, the security measures. They have to understand a little bit about cryptography. It will take them about 6 to 8 months, even with their best efforts. But with these agentic workflows, what we have seen is all they need to do is learn how to interact with the tool, right? So we have an agentic workflow set up in our lab where we have seen that we have had second-year interns, right, who are now able to synthesize and optimize a design. They are now able to write, prompts that can do digital systems testing, right? They are able to insert cancels, optimize, generate test vectors, do even, fault-oriented testing, right? So what I believe, right, the shape it will take going forward is that you will have a lot of these paradigms being deployed, right? The AI model by itself will not be the solution provider, but rather it will be the front end that engineers or designers will interact with, and all the tools that we use right now will become back-end tools, right? The engineer or the designer will never be exposed to them. Rather, from their front end, right, they will now only be thinking in terms of prompts, right? Right. So I don't know how if anyone has used the older generation PCs, right? There in 8085 you have to literally program, write micros, right? You have to literally write assembly. But now today when we teach programming, we don't teach them. We teach them C and now it's even Python, right? So essentially your security validation is now going to take on that level of abstraction, right? The next generation engineers will now be thinking only in terms of prompts. The workflows will now be prompt-based workflows, right? And these agents will now be guiding billions of tools at the back end that will now be interacting with each other via this agentic flow, right? So that is how it will take, right? But the fundamental problem, right? Can I train a frontier? So one open problem that still exists is, can I train a frontier model to now think purely in terms of hardware security, right? For that, the missing piece of the puzzle is, do we have data, right? So let's say I can build a model, right? I can buy the compute somehow, but the model still needs the data set to be presented in the right format for it to understand what hardware security is, right? And for it to be able to make assessments about a given design from a security standpoint, right? So if you look at the data sets that are available out there, currently there are no data sets that talk about, even if you take software security, there are no data sets that talk about software security, right? It's only now that people are starting to publish software benchmarks. So there are no software security benchmarks data sets that are available, right? And the way I see it is, this is where we as a country can now take a step forward, right? Because if we are able to put out a data set, right, then this is a space that we will own, right? And this is a space that we can completely, contribute and own together as a country.
So, now my question is to Professor. So, just recollecting some of the glimpses of in Indogrid, we have the visit of Professor Vincent, and there was a question from an audience asking still with an AI emerging, are you feeling AIS is still safe? He said yes. Right now, we are safe. So the moment it was safe, but how far we are still? What is your opinion?
I feel like now also it is safe, and it will also be safe in future, because until randomness is there, AI cannot break. In case AI breaks the randomness, then we are gone. Then we have to go for the older algorithms where we don't older techniques. We don't disclose the algorithm. So now we disclose the algorithm. Only key is kept secure. So in case AI breaks the randomness, then we have to hide the algorithm. And recently, a day before yesterday, I think I was reading one paper. The title is given as a malicious encryption traffic LLM. So it seems like the LLM identifies the malicious traffic that is sent through HTTPS. So I was afraid that LLM is able to crack the algorithm. But actually what they are doing, they are using only the metadata. So they use the IP address, and if let's say the packet size, so with the help of those things, they identify whether this can be malicious or not, because the malwares are already known. So what will be its pattern? So based on that only they are identified. So it's not possible to crack. See, when something is not possible to crack by human intelligence, in my opinion, AI cannot crack. Only thing what AI is having, instead of one prime, AI is having n number of primes. So nothing more than that, what I feel is AI can do.
What is your opinion on this?
Yes. So generally, when someone says is alias safe, right? First, we just say what is the key length that you have seen? They come with 128 or 182.
Okay, I claim 256.
Yeah, and I think it will be reasonably safe, right? So, as Professor pointed, so AI, or at least in its current shape or form, it doesn't have a reasonable understanding of what cryptography is, right? So we are trying to. So one of our red team exercises is to try and see can AI understand code, right? Or to what extent can it understand code? And so we did this study with around 20 models, right? We gave it. So we wanted to see can AI understand what are block cycles? So that's something that we expect first year student in masters and who's doing in masters to understand, right? So they should understand. They should be able to tell me what are block cycles. So we gave it some 3,000 programs. They are a mix of so there are block cipher, stream, hashing functions, matrix multiplication. So what we saw is something very very interesting. So if you take Gemini, right? Gemini will always say yes. So you give it anything, to Gemini it is a block cipher, right? On the other hand, if you take some other model, right, DeepSeek will say everything is no, right? And what we see is that it is because of the training data that they have subjected, right? So Gemini has seen some properties of block ciphers, but it's not able to understand that this is an exact fit, right? So for a cryptographer, for something to be called a block cipher, it has to meet some definitive properties. Like Spock should have definitive properties. But what an AI model is trying to do is it is trying to do pattern matching, right? And when you're trying to do pattern matching, and that too, it is doing pattern matching in a probabilistic fashion. So there, the training or the memory of the AI model now takes shape, right? And the second thing is its reliability. So we asked the same AI model, with the same prompt, and with the same benchmark, right? Is it a block cipher? We asked it 10 times, and we see that its confidence score now starts varying, right? So different models again have different variances in the confidence. So fundamentally, these are stochastic models, and the stochasticity will sometimes play out, right? Sometimes it will say, I think it is a block cipher with a probability of 80%. Sometimes it will say it is a AES cipher with a probability of 70%, right? And the third vector is the prompt, right? So we have a class of prompts. One is an extremely rigid prompt where we specify these are the mathematical properties of the block cipher. It should have this conclusion, it should have this diffusion properties. The S-box should have these properties. Now is it a block cipher? And the other is a very, very vague prompt. Given I've given you a program, is this a block cipher? What we see is there is a very, very small prompt window where the model performs exactly as we think it would. Right? Now, given that there is so much variability, I wouldn't expect it to try or getting that model to work exactly for this one use case, right? Where it has to break AES 256. It is a very tough task, right? So you would require a lot of fine tuning, you would require a lot of guiding for the model to be able to achieve that. Or the way I would put it is, right now AI models are like a 3-year-old kid. Now, can a 3-year-old sing a song? Yes. 3-year-olds have the capability to sing songs. But I think all of us in this room know the amount of effort it would take to get a 3-year-old to do that, right? So if someone says, can an AI model break AES 256? Yes. But the amount of effort that is required in today's day and age is significant, right? And whether someone will be able to do it, my answer is if they do it, they are not going to talk about it. They are just going to keep it to themselves because that will give them things.
So, I think most points were covered by Patanjali and the people who spoke before us. But what I would see this is we have this AI which like it is disrupting our day-to-day work and things like that. But this could be taken for a good sense, and there are of course disadvantages also which we are seeing. But when we see this like in generally while training AI with prompts, we could see that different AI models, they generate answers actually. Eventually they make some decision and generate answers, but these are all probabilistic. And the probability, the probability level or the selection of the final level is different for different AI. That's why they differ in the confidence score, and finally they generate different kind of answers. And sometimes they lead to hallucination, and sometimes they provide wrong answers also because of all these things actually. So we should the fundamental goal here should be how to train a particular model that lies with the prompt. So people should be careful while giving prompts to AI, which will eventually lead us to get the output. And finally, there should be some system which is going to be accountable, or it should be an accountability system kind of thing, which will compare the outputs of all the models, and from that even we can derive a comparative output. So this also could be thought about in future actually.
Maybe one last question. We can wind up with this. If you have any questions, yeah, please.
Okay. So far we have been discussing, right? In the development phase, AI is playing a very major role. So when it comes to the supply chain security, definitely we will be out of the development life cycle. So we will be in the deployment life cycle. So how AI will help us to identify any vulnerabilities in a fabricated hardware. So is there any ready solutions available, or we have to customize the available solutions, or we have to think about it?
There are some solutions. I mean, people have been trying to look at supply chain security, right? There are labs in NYU, Florida, right? Abu Dhabi, who look at precisely try to address these problems, right? But if you look, so if are there tools, AI-based tools that try to address supply chain security and supply chain problems? Yes, there are, right? But the challenge from an Indian standpoint, right, is that most of these tools, they require gray box or white box access to your design. They assume that the defender has some level of opacity, but we currently are not in a position, right? So the research problem or the open problem is, can we develop similar tools, but one that would allow us to do the same kind of analysis, but in a black box function, right? Because so if I look at the Indo-centric supply chain, right? So for us, side channels are a major, right? For us, data information leakage is a major, right? And for us, Trojans, piracy counterfeiting is a major, right? Because most of the time we purchase an entire box, and then there is no way to ascertain if all the components in that box are OEM components, right? And if you look at consumer microelectronics, one of the things is, in most of the Indian consumer, if you take automotive, right? So today nobody takes their car to an OEM vendor, right? We always get it serviced in the nearest service center because we prioritize the financial this thing, right? Now, when some part in your car gets replaced, how are we able to guarantee that the part that was replaced is the part that we were built for? Because the bill will say it is an OEM part, but is it an OEM part, right? There is no way to ascertain. So these are the supply chain challenges that, piracy, counterfeiting, side channels, and Trojans, right? Are there AI tools, right? Today the answer is no, but please give me 1.5 years. We'll definitely have. I'll turn it into a yes.
Yes, I want.
Fantastic.
So let's say in this case, the one thing is he was mentioning that we can do the side channel analysis, and even what we have done once is for given. So there were cameras used. So we took the camera and we were running the camera for 3 days just to find out whether any unknown IPs that are identified for carrying the stream. So we didn't see anything for 3 days continuously we are running, but we got the question like, if there is an AI present in the design, So then what it can do is it knows what is happening actually. So when we are testing, it will not send any data. And it knows when to send the data. So that cannot be captured, which is very challenging situation it will be. And that will be there very soon. We can expect such kind of scenario. That will be more challenging in case of the supply chain.
Right. I also wanted to add, I think Patanjali, being a professor, likes to take up hard problems and try to solve them. But I think it is going to be really, really difficult to really ascertain that a black box module is trusted, right? My feeling is that you can't do it. You can go to any level of AI. You cannot say for sure that this is definitely secure. You can probably do it for small black boxes, but you cannot do it at a system level, which is mostly what most black boxes are going to be, right? There is no substitute to having or owning the entire supply chain within the country in a trusted manner. That includes the design, right, from the entire IP design to communicating with the fab, the GDS, manufacturing, packaging, board design, all of this has to be trusted. And I think that probably is still the easier way to get something out rather than saying, can I build tools that can go ahead and detect vulnerability, which I think is a much, much more difficult problem, right? Primarily because a black box is a huge thing. Today, AI, for example, the formal techniques use something called path sensitization. How would you know there is a Trojan sitting there, right? The Trojan may get activated when you send the number 53 followed by 73 followed by 5. There is no way you can know that. There is no way an AI will be able to exhaustively search entire search space of this. Of course, I'm just saying small numbers, but these are going to be big numbers. There's no way you can come up with such inputs that will really detect if something is going wrong. You have to have the design, right? And you will have to do these path sensitization techniques. You have to do a bunch of metrics to say that there is nothing wrong with the design. And then you have to ensure that the design that you're giving to your fab, it is indeed the one that is coming out, which you don't know what the person is manufacturing and giving you on. I don't think there's any substitute for that, and you have to have the supply chain in a trusted, environment.
Actually, there are concepts of explainable AI and verifiable AI actually. So what we can do is, this is a step-by-step process. Like, think of explainable AI as a doctor, and what it does is it provides answers to now the focus is going to shift from what decisions were made to how these decisions were made by using this explainable AI actually. And this verifiable AI, it is a step ahead of explainable AI. What it will do is think of it as a rigorous testing which is made in laboratory actually. So what happens here is we wrap the core part of the intelligence module in an AI into this verifiable AI actually. So it is basically putting them into some kind of strict mathematical rules and cryptography proofs or even a blockchain kind of environment. So what happens is it becomes an accountable system which proves the trust, or which says that whatever the decision made by AI is correct, and the data is also authentic, and finally it is not a biased solution actually. So this could also be towards a solution which not only for security means in a supply chain kind of environment, but for any kind of organization.
It's great. So having you here for this panel discussion is great. All your thought process on converging AI plus hardware plus cryptography. Many of the insights, many of us like from sets and many R&Ds here are working in this direction. We understood the hurdles and we understand the challenges of taking this AI in the perspective of hardware security. And when AI attacks happens, how it's influencing classical algorithms or in post-quantum algorithms, we still ensure that, we are in a safe state. So a few of these discussions were really insightful. I think many of our audience have got a clarity on this. I'll just ask few of you have any questions to the panel members. You can discuss them. Any questions from audience?
It mostly is a panel only. If we have to India has to develop something equivalent to laws, which would be India specific, what would be the amount of time required from infrastructure perspective and the R&D?
See, again, my take would be that what is needed from an Indian standpoint is that we don't need something as complex as MyTalks. What we need is dedicated small models, right, that are geared for addressing specific tasks. So, see, because if you look at an Indian ecosystem, you have to take the capabilities not only at the design standpoint, right? So I can put allocate funds for a certain lab, and they will train a frontier model with all the data sets and everything. Now, once that is made possible, right, I also have to think about it from a deployment standpoint, right? Will the other labs, right, or will the other organizations in the country have the capabilities to use such a model, and how do I make the model accessible to all these, right? And today, unfortunately, we are compute constrained, right? So the way we should go about addressing this problem is not try to see what, can I build something as big as MyTalks, right? So I would say, can I build something as, that is small, compact, but that is, one that is trained and or at least fine-tuned, right? Can I take an open source model like Gemma or Llama and fine-tune it for the threats that the Indian supply chain needs, right? And can I deploy it in a resource constrained fashion, right? Because today, if you look at most labs, I cannot assume that they have H100s, right? I can assume that they have A6000s. I can assume that they have RTX 1580s, right? If they have RTX 1580, that is good, right? So this is the constraint that we have to operate with, right? If we have to, the same. And one thing, this is what I tell my students also to remember is, they made Interstellar with a budget of, $200 billion. We sent something to Mars with half or one-fourth their budget, right? So we can do a lot more great things with it's not necessary that we always have to go big. Small compact models will ultimately win the race, right? We can be Davids, we can let them be Florence.
So I represent defense PSU. So every time the policymaker asks this question, when will we be able to have kind of MyTalks for our own Indian scenario? So, but I got a very good answer.
You can always point to IIT Madras. IIT Madras and SITS. You can tell them that we are working on it and we will have it available.
Thank you.
Start can be. Any other questions? Would you like to? Raj, would you like to ask? Yes, maybe.
So mine was maybe I'll just put my view. So we don't have a one LLM, though we claim we have 200 came out of server, but it takes a lot of time to stabilize. So though we have a 200 model, but these are very computationally expensive. The first one is to build one small machine translation model for one language. If you take Tamil, Telugu, and Hindi, right? So which is around in the range of 100 billion parameters to 1 billion parameters is what we need. So for that, we need a data of in the TBs, terabytes. That when we build using almost 24 cards of H200 level or MIG 25X level from AMD or NVIDIA to be vendor neutral. For one experiment, it takes 2 weeks. So to come up with one machine translation model, stable and with good blue score and format score, from the CDAC we took we built 6 models, such models. So we took around more than 8 months. For 200 million parameter model to get a machine translation, text to text, using 24 cards means 8 boxes. Each box costs 3 crores. Means hardware itself is 10 crores, right? Now we came up with a one text to text translation model, which is very compact. That means my model cost is 10 crore plus the manpower plus XYZ. So we have to see the economics of it also. Do we really need it? Do we really need that? So instead of targeting a large mythos kind of thing, so probably we should target small models, problem specific models, for example, malware detection, network intrusion detection models, and XYZ. Maybe we can prioritize some 30 or 40 typical core cybersecurity problems. We can have a small set of models, attach it to the big umbrella of agentic AI framework, and we can have a monitoring model at the top that will be compact when compared to mythos. And based on the scenario, you can invoke plug and play kind of thing, we can invoke. And the deployment is also quite easy because maybe one organization needs only solutions for 3, 4 cybersecurity problems. So we can deploy easily, we can configure and deploy. I think we should have a very reconfigurable, deployable solution rather than targeting a very big elephant. I think this approach we have to take. And down the line, it has an advantage. So if we really have the hardware plus all the economics in place, so these smaller models can do a distillation, knowledge distillation, and contribute to the monitoring model. And we can make the monitoring model, we can be larger and larger, and it can emerge maybe in the down the line 5 years and 10 years. It can become mythos because it is getting the knowledge from the smaller models. I think we have to take a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach by considering the scenario in India. So that's, I think it's a good approach.
So thank you. To summarize with the panel discussion, we understood that AI is playing a major role in a semiconductor industry for verification. And as of now, we are not directly having a security verification tool using AI. So that is one open problem that we have got from Mr. Arjun. And second is we can actually leverage agentic AI, which can use the other tool to develop the security verification solutions. And third thing is, as Dr. Patanjali is very ambitious to develop a supply chain vulnerability identification, yes, as of now, we do not have any vulnerability analysis solution which uses AI for fabricated hardware. So in the development, there are many scopes to improve, and we are working towards that, and we are using that. But in the, after fabrication, because we are now making India is progressing. So until we reach 100%, we will be importing devices and we will be using the devices outside the country. So how do we verify it is another challenge we have nowadays. So that also we will be having a solution soon from IIT Madras in collaboration with SETS. Thanks.
Thank you, panelists, for a highly informative and enriching discussion. That highlights how closely connected these domains have become and are important in shaping our secure future. I now request ED sets to present token of appreciation to our distinguished panelists. Arjun Mena. Dr. Patanjali SLPHK. Dr. Punishavati Paran.
Thank you.
Shri Ramesh Naidu. Shri Arjun Mena. Sudhanya. Dr. Reshmi. Thank you for your insights and participation. I now take a moment to invite AD sets to felicitate the special ones in our sets landscape. Sorry. Thank you, sir. I now take a moment to request VD sets to felicitate the special ones in our sets family for their valuable services at sets. This is a token of appreciation in recognition of their contributions to our organization. I request Ms. Kavita, Admin Assistant, to come forward. Give a round of applause, please. Mr. Sarvanan, Admin Assistant. Thank you, sir. Before we discuss for writing, let's take a moment to appreciate the participation of everyone in Gameathon and Research Colloquium. To begin with Gameathon, I request ED sets to present the participation certificates to the candidates. And the candidates are as follows. Internet Rangers, Sai Rakesh and Yashovardhan Reddy. Please give a huge round of applause. Sai Rakesh and Yashovardhan Reddy. Team Cosmical Threat Hunters. Dev Balaji, Akilanji, Ruhan and Amzia. Cosmical Threat Hunters. Huge round of applause, please. Team MC Square, Yashwant Singh, Abhinav Merogara. Team The Human Patch. Sai Krishna, Gautam Raj, Tyaglo Tanush. Team Human Patch. There is here. Team Concept Lab. Concept Class. Marvin Richards and Rashmika. Bit by bit. Please be ready. Subgata Sardar, Aishwarya Saha, and Harshita Rai. Team B2B. Next, Team Rudra. Team Rudra, Anmol Syal, Adarsh Rajput, Abhishek Madhukar. Valtarate. Captain Ajay Prakash Sharma, Captain Amit Verma. Captain Ajay Prakash Sharma and Captain Amit Verma. Cyber Duo. Next thing, Cyber Duo. Faziha, Tabusam, and Bharti. Manoj Kumar, Sudarshan, and R. Jeevan. Manoj Kumar, Sudarshan, Jeevan, and Vekeshri Radhasi.
Okay.
We now take a moment to honor the jury members of the Gameathon. I would like to invite Dr. Rakesh Kaur, Scientist G, PSA to Government of India. Mr. Bal Murugan, SP co-founder. Mr. Gokul Rajasekaran, CEO, Camo Mobility. Moving on to the research colloquium, the finalists receiving the participation certificates are as follows. M. Hafiza Taj. Next, Pradeep Singh. Pradeep Singh. Next, Lakshmi Chinmay. Rajeshwari S. Lakshmi Kandolia. Next, Shanu Poddar. Please be ready. S. Kritik Rishi. Abhi Rajan.
Who was it? Who's yours called?
Arvind Rajan. Mani Verma. Akshay Kumar. Vivisha David. Mugisha David. Congratulations to all the participants. No effort goes waste. Your creativity in addressing the real world challenges reminds us that the future of technology is in capable hands. Let us give a big round of applause to all participants for their outstanding effort on the. This brings us to the concluding session of SET's 25th Foundation Day. 25 years ago, SETS was founded with a vision to be at the forefront of electronic transaction and security for India. Thank you, everyone. So, this brings us to the concluding session of SET's 25th Foundation Day. 25 years ago, SETS was founded with a vision to be at the forefront of electronic transactions and security for India. Today, as we look back and look ahead, it is clear that the vision is very much alive and thriving. On behalf of Executive Director, the staff of SETS, and entire organization team, thank you for being a part of this milestone celebration. Your presence, your ideas, and your engagement have made this day truly special. My tea is now served in the atrium. Please join us. Thank you. I repeat, I tea is served in the atrium. Everyone please stand. Outside, please have it.